all of you to the second edition of BW Security World Conclave and Excellence Awards 2025, a landmark gathering of India's most recognized security leaders, policymakers, veterans, and experts from MNCs, corporates, and organizations. The conclave will be followed by an award ceremony in the evening. The second edition of BW Security World Excellence Awards 2025 will recognize and celebrate the exceptional professionals and organizations in India's private security industry who have made significant contribution in the security sector, including the officials from IT domains, physical security, cyber security, surveillance, and more. And the BW Security World community as a whole is on a mission to recognize talent in the industry and is proud to create an impact on a national level. To give us a sneak peek into the world of BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive leadership in the digital space as well. To keep yourself updated about the developments, please subscribe to the Businessworld Group magazines. It will add to your professional quest for knowledge and insights. Today, also watch out for the latest issue, which is the BW World's 40th and BW at 45 meets India at 27. This collector's issue celebrates 44 years of editorial excellence and envisions the nation's future. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwsecurityworld.com. Any picture, any views, any opinion that you wish to share online, please use the hashtag BWSecurityConclave. With this, may I please request our team to play today's event, AV? big thank you to our partners as well for today. Our associate partner, RS Security, our strategic partner, ASR Limited, Fandrum, Billy Coffee, JustBot.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, and IWM Buzz, along with Impact and Pitch. Before we begin, just going off the topic, how many of you sitting in the audience as of now are above the age of 40 by just a show of hand? बढ़िया ठीक है how many of you are physically active every day to go to the gym or walking or swimming or season anything? Oh, almost everybody. Lovely. Why do I ask you that? Because 31st of October in Mumbai at Taj Santa Cruz, BW Business World along ITC Right Shift is organizing 40 above 40. This is to recognize and celebrate corporate leaders above the age of 40. You're above 40, you're a leader, you can and you should nominate yourself. We've got lovely speakers and even the jury members like Milind Soman, Gauranga Das, Shruti Seth, Mini Mathur, Sakshi Malik, Sudhanshu Pandey, and you can register yourself by meeting the team at the same that you got clearance from. And now, coming back to today, we fully welcome all of you to open our summit for the day. Please join me in welcoming to Steve Shukla, advisor, BW Retail World. Oh, you applause at the moment usually. And with more energy.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you for kicking off the proceedings. Shilpa told me that, we are starting at 10, and I got to know that security people are never late, and you guys have proved that. So I'm really, indebted, and I think you all deserve a big round of applause for the same. So thank you very much for coming here, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege and honor to welcome you today to this second edition of BW Security World Excellence Awards. Today we are going to have a day where we deliberate some of the jury members are here. We are honored to have you. And BW believes in, the integrity and honesty always. So the awards has come through a very, very honest process, very stringent jury-driven mechanism. And I would like to congratulate all the winners who have won, and those who have not, maybe it's always a next time. So I again like to, thank you for, always being the disciplined fraternity which you are. And thank you for coming here. Thank you for taking out time. Thank you for increasing the gravitas of this event. Thank you so much. Thank you.
May I request for some hotel stuff? Chaliye, with that, it is time to move ahead with our first panel discussion for today. So it's going to be a panel discussion, keynote like that, and we'll try and keep it in time. अगर आपके कोई सवाल जवाब है, and if at all they aren't answered in the panel, I request you to also take them offline because you have to maintain the timer for the day. Also, humble request if you can please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. My only request to you. Chaliye, our first panel discussion, it's on from shadows to spotlight, the evolution of physical security. And to share their views on the same, at the stage up, I will introduce the panelists and we welcome them together. First, Pushkar Gokhale, EVP and Business Head, Godrej Security Solutions. Also joining him is Lieutenant Commander Rajiv Jha, Security Officer, Engineers India Limited. Joining them is Saurabh Bareja, Director, Global Physical Security, Concentrix. And this session will be chaired by Lieutenant Commander Ajit Singh Yadav, India Office Operations Director, BCG. Let's please welcome them. I believe they are. Can we please get them out there?
Find you find another astrologer for yourself. You have a son. Why don't you get him onto the? He becomes my astrologer. So the father said, no, no, sorry, I mean, किसी और को ढूंढ लीजिए. So the king was very adamant. He said, no, no, आप जो है लेके आइए. You have been the best, and your son would be the best. So reluctantly, the astrologer brought his son. बोला आप उनकी परीक्षा ले लीजिए. तो उनकी परीक्षा लेने गए तो राजा ने अपनी अंगूठी निकाल के हाथ में रख ली और बोला बता बेटा इसमें क्या है. So he was a very learned guy, of course. Astrologer जो थे उनके बेटा था तो very good at calculations, everything, you know, and the astrological science. So उसने सारे अपने calculation लगाए. उसको समझ में आया कि एक गोल चीज है और उसमें छेद है. तो बड़ा दिमाग लगाया. उसने बोला सर आप राजा साहब आपके हाथ में ना रथ का पहिया है. तो एस्ट्रोलॉजर ने बोला राजा साहब देख लिया ना मैंने बोला था. तो विजडम इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग व्हेन इट कम्स टू यू नो टेकिंग दीज हार्ड डिसीजंस, नॉट ओनली इन लाइफ इन एस्ट्रोलॉजी बट ऑल्सो इन सिक्योरिटी. सो सेकंड स्टोरी, एक गांव में आई मीन आई एम सॉरी आई एम वेरी क्रूड, आई कम फ्रॉम अ वेरी हम्बल फैमिली. सो लाल बुजक्कड़ की कहानियां सुनते थे हम अपनी नानी से बचपन में. सो एक गांव में लाल बुजक्कड़ होता था. वो ही वॉज कंसिडर्ड द मोस्ट वाइज मैन. तो जब भी कुछ होता था तो गांव वाले उसके पास जाते थे, बोलते थे बताइए जी लाल बुजक्कड़ जी बूझो तो जाने. तो एक बार क्या हुआ कि उस गांव में कभी हाथी नहीं आया था. दे नेवर नोन व्हाट हाथी इज. इट्स यू नो सो हाथी आया रात को, बड़े बड़े पैर के निशान छोड़ के चला गया. अब दे वर थ्रेटन्ड, देयर सिक्योरिटी इज थ्रेटन्ड. वो समझ में आया ये इतने बड़े बड़े गोल गोल क्या हैं. तो वो लाल बुजक्कड़ जी के पास गए, बोले कि बताइए ये क्या है. तो उनके वो भी सर खुजा रहे थे, उनको भी नहीं पता. ये इज ऑल्सो नेवर सीन एन एलिफेंट. तो बड़ी देर के बाद उन्होंने बोला कि देखो ऐसा है कि लाल बुजक्कड़ बूझ गए और ना बूझा कोई, कहीं पैर में चक्की बांध के हिरन ना कूदा होए. ठीक है. So you know, and then of course when
And it's an immense pleasure session today. It's a quite exciting to spotlight the evolution of physical security. First, about a year ago, one of our corporate offices had a minor but a potential serious incident. Late one evening, after most of the employees had left, a sensor in the server room triggered an alarm. The only security officer, instead of assuming it a false alarm, He immediately followed the protocol. He checked the area and discovered that a cooling unit had malfunctioned. The temperature in the room was already rising dangerously to a level that could have damaged the critical IT equipments. The officer quickly alerted the facilities team, and within minutes, the maintenance crew was there and they dozed off the issue. The next morning, business continued as usual, and there was no data loss, no downtime. No one even realized how close we came to a serious disruption. The incident never made it to the report or a newsletter, but it captured something profound. True security doesn't always make headlines. It prevents them. So with that, let's begin our conversation on how physical security has evolved from reactive to proactive intelligence, from the shadows to the spotlight. That's what is this session all about. How the role of physical security has evolved from being a quiet protector in the background to a strategic pillar of business continuity, resilience, and trust. And as we explore this journey from shadows to spotlight, we will hear from the leaders who are defining what it makes to keep the organizations and their people safe in an increasingly complex world. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you. And before I begin, I would request all the panelists to introduce yourselves and your journey so far.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Pushkar Gokhale, and I'm at the security vertical at Godrej & Boyce Manufacturing Company. Of course, I've been in the field of security for close to 25 years, driving the business part of it and also the thought leadership part of it. So yes, there has been a good amount of experience which we've really earned from security experts. And one of the things which I believe is in terms of developing products, solutions, taking insights, taking user insights, and that's where I think people like you have actually been helping us to work on this entire journey. So looking forward to this panel discussion. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Lieutenant Commander Rajiv Kumar Jha. Presently, I'm in charge security at Engineers India Limited, a public sector undertaking at Bikaji Kama Place. I have some 23 years of rich experience in security, fire safety, HSC management, and administration. So I'm a retired naval provost officer. I was looking after security of vital naval installation, that is Naval Dockyard at Mumbai, a naval air station at Mumbai as well as Goa, and a vital naval station at Jamnagar, Gujarat. So with my experience in security, both from the Navy as well as in the civil in the last 11 years, whatever I will learn today here and whatever from my expert or my year of service, whatever I can give it to this forum, that will be very honored for me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rajiv.
Morning, everyone. My name is Saurabh Bareja, and I'm part of physical security team at Concentrix. Overall, 2.5 decades of experience, and thank you.
Well, thank you for the introduction. We have one member here today, but let's continue with the session. For a long time, the physical security has been the unsung hero of organizational success, quietly working behind the scenes to ensure that people, asset, and information remain safe. It was often viewed as a necessary function, but one that rarely made it to the strategic table. However, the world around us has changed dramatically, and with it, the role and perception of physical security has transformed completely. Today, physical security has stepped into the spotlight. No longer limited to guards, gates, CCTV cameras, It is now an integrated discipline that combines technology, intelligence, analytics, and human insight to safeguard not just infrastructure, but business continuity, reputation, and trust. We are operating in an era where risks are multidimensional, from cyber threats that can cripple operations to physical vulnerabilities in workplaces, environmental and geopolitical uncertainties that can disturb the complete supply chain overnight. The definition of security is expanding, and organizations are realizing that security is not a cost center, it's a business enabler. The modern security leader is not just managing protocols, they are driving digital transformation now, embedding resilience and shaping culture. The physical and digital worlds are merging, giving rise to the concepts like integrated risk management, AI-driven surveillance, predictive modeling, and intelligent access system that can adapt dynamically to the world's needs. We have entered an age of proactive and intelligent security that anticipates risk rather than react to them. The integration of cyber and physical security will define the next chapter of this revolution. But beyond the systems and technology, at the heart of this transformation lies people, the men and the women who stand at the intersection of preparedness and response, often making critical decisions in moment of uncertainty. Behind every system and protocol, there is a person making quick and critical decisions. The evolution of physical security is as much about empowering people and fostering awareness as it is about innovation and infrastructure. The role of modern security professional has expanded now. They are now partners in risk mitigation, crisis leadership, and the focus is shifting from control to collaboration and awareness. Security is becoming part of the organization culture now. So in today's discussion, we will explore how organizations are redefining physical security, how it has evolved from being reactive to proactive, from operational to strategic, and from being in the shadows to rightfully in the spotlight. We are joined by the esteemed panel of experts today. So I'll start with you, Pushkar. Let's just go to Rajiv first. So Rajiv, with your expertise, over the last decade, how have you seen the role of physical security evolve from a reactive function to a proactive function?
Well, if we see over the past decade, the role of physical security has changed from a reactive, that is to react after some incident has happened, to a proactive strategic discipline which is integrated with use of advanced technology, then with integrated risk management. And this has not happened this has started some around way back 2008, when there was a attack on Mumbai, 26/11 attack on Mumbai, wherein commercial establishments, they were targeted. And no one had ever thought of it that such incident would occur to those places. So that led to the strategic thinkers to focus from a reactive force to a proactive force. Now, due to the
a few years back, when we used to call our guarding partners, and they used to come and talk about guard strategy. And those were the times when we started having discussions on access control, CCTV, and used to ask them, and there used to be always a sense of fight amongst both the teams, security systems team and the guarding team, which still exist in some silos, but it used to be very fierce. Was, if I buy cameras, I may not buy guards, right? Or I may not take guards because I am buying cameras. Without realizing that putting technology is nothing but, it's a force multiplier, because I cannot pull out from guard's mind what he has seen when an incident was happening, or how he was, managing that situation on the ground. Whereas camera, which is a force multiplier, can record all those events, can record what was really happening on ground. And it's easier for us to extract evidence and reach out to conclusions and be able to, share the learning experiences that we all had from that incident, right? How many guards I need, how many cameras I need. You tell us what are your threat perceptions, you tell us what are your risk areas, and we will design solutions for you, right? So I think that's the, movement or the shift which we have seen in the entire industry, from what a person-led to a tech-led versus a man-tech kind of an evolution which has happened in this entire piece. Apart from that, what we also noticed is, with further investments getting into, with people coming up with different ideas, more and more, experiments are happening in this technology. Say,
thing now, and most of the listed companies need to do that. I'm sure all of you, I mean, how many of you really work on a risk register in your organization? I think everybody does nowadays. This was not there, I think, maybe 2 decades back. And that's something which has really gotten a lot of awareness at the top. And I'll give you an example about this regulatory thing, because we do a lot of BFSI. So RBI, Reserve Bank of India, has come up with good number of guidelines in terms of how does one manage risk. I'm sure all of you have lockers at banks. So earlier there was not much regulation around, but now RBI has mandated that all banks need to take adequate measures to protect the lockers, because it has a lot of valuables. And they have also mandated banks that they need to have liability. Earlier there was no liability. Now the banks are forced into ensuring that there's a liability of 100 times of the annual rent which all of us pay to the bank in case of any incident. I think the regulation is definitely playing a vital role in terms of driving the way people are looking at security. And that's where I think the seriousness is coming in. Now, talking about the AI aspect, I think it's very important to understand a journey of integration of emerging technologies into the physical security has happened. I think if I were sitting here in 2019, for example, we would have been talking a very different language. But come COVID, come pandemic, I think the entire digitalization journey has leapfrogged. And that's where I think I can now talk about the massive change which the entire physical security landscape has gone through. And I think just to add to your point, you spoke about guards. So typically, we have this discussion with a number of customers whom we have, that what is it that a guard can really do? If there are 5 people who come in with, say, some amount of guns or, even swords or, things like that. I mean, who hasn't filled that Amitabh Bachchan and he fights 5, 6 people? Yes. But does it really happen in reality? Definitely not. And that's where I think one of the questions which, we have been trying to answer is, can the products be so intelligent that they can protect themselves? And that is a big day as the gold prices go up. Now just imagine a scenario where in the night you have a guard standing there and there are 5 people who attack. This guy is just going to run, or he'll be killed, or he'll at least be tied down. Nobody is going to put their life to risk for 15, 20,000, 25,000 rupees. So what we really did is we worked out or co-created a solution whereby the safe, which earlier on, before I think the advent of AI, was a dud product sitting in the corner. Now what we've done is we've actually built intelligence around it. So we have made it intelligent by adding sensors, by adding a alarm system, and by adding a very important aspect which is called a fogging device. So just imagine that the gold is stored in a safe which is in a room, and you have an attack happening on the safe by these burglars who come in. The entire room suddenly gets filled up with a lot of fog. How? Because the safe triggers action. The safe triggers alert which will ensure that the hooter goes off. So you're creating a lot of panic. The room gets filled up with this fog, which is dense fog. You can't see your hand in that dense fog. So you create a huge amount of panic, and you are ensuring that the safe protects itself. Because these guys run away and understand the psyche of these burglars who have entered, and they suddenly find there is a hooter going off, the entire room getting filled with fog, and they just can't see anything. So I think this is how the entire evolution of AI and the integration of AI into the product, physical security products, has happened. And this is just one example, but there are many which are really helping to ensure how the risk can be addressed.
Great. I think that's a real great real-life example of how the intelligence has come into the security world, the adoption of technology, how it is helping in catering to the various security scenarios. Great, very nice. I think that's really gives us a great insight about how actually we are utilizing it on grounds. So coming back to how do you see the cyber security coming together in the future to create a unified risk management framework?
As Sir was mentioning about the integration of AI into the physical security. So in the same fashion, the cyber security and your physical security, if it is combined, because now you see that wherever there is an attack, say physical attack is there or physical theft is there, then there is a data compromise. So with this data compromise, this is again your cyber threat. So by combining your cyber security as well as your physical security, we can achieve the target. Target in the sense of that wherever we have a technology driven force which is integrated with AI and cyber, we can very easily get what we want to achieve.
Great. Anything, if anybody has some more examples to add on to it? So,
I would like to add here. It's like, two has to work hand in hand. One cannot become the weakest link for other to be, vitiated or to be, broken for, right? So today we have got our access control system on the networks, right? Which is obviously riding on the enterprise networks. If it is not, then you will not be able to reap the entire advantage or benefits out of it, right? But does that mean I can leave my access control system vulnerable to already, announced vulnerability or because I'm not patching or not upgrading my application because I'm happy with whatever features I'm currently able to utilize, right? The answer is no, because if I don't update my patches on my access control server, that will give a route to a hacker to get inside my enterprise network and steal the data or do whatever, issues they want to create. And if that happens, my access control system will become inoperable and I will back to square zero, because then there is no access control. You'll have to put so many people to guard those many gates as well. And then there will be logging information that who's walked in, who's walked out, right? So I think it's very important in today's environment that the two, physical and cyber, they work close to each other, because today our electronic security system, they rely heavily on the network infrastructure, and that cannot be left vulnerable. So those were my 2 cents on that.
great. Thank you. Thank you so much for putting in additional insight into it. So, Saurabh, also, if I may ask you, as the organizations transition to hybrid and flexible workspaces, what does the future of access control and security management look like? And also, if you relate it to data privacy and security, how do you tackle these things?
Sure. So the current hybrid environment, there are two perspectives on the hybrid environment. What is happening is organizations are evaluating moving into smaller cities. Instead of picking up real estate themselves, they are looking at options where are seats available through various managed service providers.
of attack unless there is amount of that's one part of it. Secondly, in the organization. Many, we really fail to do that, and that should be done culturally. Board management stand
truly spotlight and it's here to stay as a vital pillar of organizational resilience. And we have done quite, and I would like to go for a rapid fire, perspectives. So, can, what do you think about it?
Enable.
Nice. Misconception people have about security.
Probably reach this place at the start point. Any organization that role of access. What is the question?
No, very, very well. I mean, it's a great insight again. Thank you.
My take on the question is that there's the balance between physical security and the technology in such a fashion that you have minimum physical security at this and counted up with the technology.
Very well.
So there is just one thing I thought I must add here. If you see, when we talk about security, we focus a lot, and it's important. I mean, to do that, we focus on people. It could be our employees. It could be our visitors coming in. We focus on assets, protecting assets, which are vital. Data. I think today with DPDP, it is becoming much more sensitive. But I think one of the things which we probably miss out is the reputational risk. Because what all of this does, if at all there is an incident and if there is a breach, what it does is it brings reputation risk. Reputation of the organization is at stake. It could be with the customers. And as you said, your customers will actually start doubting, you if at all you have that breach getting there. So I think reputation risk is something which is extremely important because it can then you are actually putting your business at risk.
Absolutely, yep. Again, on a lighter note, I think a simple question. One item you always carry while on work.
Mobile, definitely mobile.
All right. I think at work was the emphasis. So probably an ID card would be, everybody should be carrying on a daily basis. So
Well, if you ask,
absolutely, yes. Now that's the technology. I mean, the ID itself has been,
well, if you
the
ask me,
HIDs have come up on the mobile. So
the India stack will really play out.
if you're not a security professional, what would you have been now? You're a sportsman, I think. Rajiv, about you?
Great leader.
Okay.
I would have preferred to be a techie because that's what a thing which is ever evolving. So, and that's what actually kept me into this game as well.
If you had a superpower to help you at work, what would you choose? I can give you some options. Invisibility, X-ray vision, teleportation.
Teleportation.
Teleportation, actually.
All three of us. Teleportation.
One last, what's the most used word on your walkie-talkie? I'm sure in the security world we are still using the walkie-talkies. What's the most used word on walkie-talkie?
Roger that.
Yeah, copy that, over and out. Where is my backup? Yeah, well, thank you for your all great insights. At the end, I would like to re-emphasize that the future of security isn't just about systems. It's about smart minds, steady hands, and strong hearts. With this, I would like to end this session. Any questions for the panel, please? Yep, please, sir. Could we have the mic here?
So there is need for digital security rather than physical security nowadays. You have talked much less about that. You have not talked about digital security, which is the need of our. You are talking about evolution of physical security. Physical security we are thinking of.
So I think, yes, we touched upon digital security. I mean, all these integration, the intelligence, what we are talking about. So the AI integration into, the surveillances. So that's all part of the security.
Yeah,
digital
absolutely.
Security.
No, I think you raised a vital question because it's very, very important. I think digital security is important. But I think if you look at the way the entire panel discussions over the day are scheduled, I think there are topics on digital security which are going to be coming up. Our scope of this entire discussion was around physical security, and that's where we focused on more on the physical security aspect. Yeah, right? I mean,
Yes, absolutely. There are more sessions coming up on digital security as well. So please hold on to your seats. We will thank you to the panelists and thank you to the audience.
Thank you so much, sir. That was our first panel discussion from shadows to spotlight, the evolution of physical security. Our next is a keynote address on the next generation transformation. And while they clear the stage, I will introduce our speaker for this. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Captain Sanjay Sharma, Global Security Head, Wipro.
Thank you, everybody, for your attention. It's evolve fast, and security must evolve faster. event is (25 to 30 is much more significant because this was a breach into a Viasat satellite intrusion, which was controlling access to the wind turbine control systems. And it was an advanced attack. This took place in 2022, where a German company by the name of Nordex, and there are two more companies that were simultaneously affected, which disrupted the remote monitoring and control systems. There was no sabotage of the turbines, but it was more around the control systems, rendering them incapable of delivering service. This underscores the vulnerability of OPTEC controlling physical infrastructure that can be compromised. A very, very consistent picture. The perimeter of risk has expanded far beyond physical walls and firewalls. Now extends to third-party ecosystems, cloud platforms, connected devices, and human behavior. Threat actors exploit the weakest link in the interconnected chain. And increasingly, the weakest link is the interface between cyber and physical systems. If you see the image below, it further shows that since the target attack, how many more attacks on similar lines have taken place. Now, what is changing? Security, with all that experience, is changing fast. From a very traditional reactive monitoring, which the panel also touched upon prior to my coming in here, it's changing to intelligence-led physical security. Earlier, we used to do incident logs, manual reviews, human interventions to identify anomalies, and mostly as a post-event investigation, and that revelation used to happen after an incident. And that's why it's called reactive approach. What is changing now is that now there is intelligence-led physical security models, which means your systems can talk to HR, HRIS systems, HR databases, SAP systems, IT, identity management tools, and also use real-time analytics platform. This helps in automation of anomaly detection and prevention before an event takes place. And also speed of response changes when you have systems and technology at your disposal. Now, this shift is visible in growing adoption of security intelligence platforms, AI-driven access analytics, and SOC operations. According to Gartner's 2024 Physical Security Innovation Report, more than 62% of large enterprises have begun linking physical access to IT and HR systems, resulting in 45% improvement in detection times for anomalous physical access events. This evolution reflects a broader truth that the future of corporate physical security is not defined by how fast teams can respond after an event. It is defined by how intelligently risks are detected and anticipated before incidents occur. The other shift is for the function itself, that the physical security function is moving from an operative unit or a cost function, essential cost, as you say, into a strategic differentiator. Initially, historically, I think the panel also touched that it was all guns, guards, and gates and cameras with limited involvement of core business discussions. This reality has changed. Today, physical security is being pulled into strategic core of organizations. Boardrooms are not only discussing digital threats, but also the resilience of physical infrastructure, security of global campuses, protection of critical assets, and continuity of operations during crisis. Again, according to Gartner's 2024 Enterprise Risk Leadership Survey, 72% of global CEOs identified security resilience, including physical infrastructure protection, as a top 5 strategic priority. Nearly half of the respondents here, which is 48%, reported involving the CSOs directly in business continuity and risk strategy planning for the first time. You can read the report. It's called CEO Strategic Priorities 2024, published by Gartner. Many factors drive this shift, from increasing convergence to geopolitical and supply chain risks to duty of care, brand protection, and operational continuity concerns. Physical security nowadays is no longer assessed only by incident response metrics. It's evaluated in terms of impact on organizational trust, resilience, and strategic agility. In this new reality, physical security is not a pure cost center. It's evolving into a strategic differentiator. Some more trends in how the next-gen corporate security is shaping up. These are not theoretical trends. They are already having a play at boardroom, control rooms, and digital platforms around the world. I have to focus on 4 trends here that I believe are most now, according to various industry reports,
do a security where, this is open culture, people talk, there are factions, and everybody is king in his own way, right? So getting the, and we were discussing that more than muscle, he has to have emotional intelligence. So he has a very peculiar role. I would request him to quickly talk about, just how, because the budgets are also low in a university, and then we'll move on to the next question. Very quickly, that how he sees his role as a, not a
मैं हिंदी में बोलो तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। जब मैंने ज्वाइन किया था जेएनयू 2013 में, तो मैं बीएसएफ में 10 साल रह चुका था और 5 साल तो जेएनयू में आते ही मैंने देखा तो वहां पे एकदम 2-3 दिन के बाद पता लगा कि यहाँ पे तो कुछ बंद है ही नहीं, सब कुछ तो खुला हुआ है, दीवार नहीं है, 24 घंटे खुले रहते हैं, कोई गेट पे आईडी कार्ड दिखा के राजी नहीं है, जिससे बात करो वो जेएनयू का ताबीज जो है। अभी आपने लास्ट टाइम मेरे ख्याल न्यूज में बहुत चला था कि तेंदुआ आ गया जेएनयू में, ठीक है? तो इस तरह की सब चीजें आती थी। तो मैं तो फौज से आया था और मैं भले ही बीएसएफ में था लेकिन काफी हार्डकोर फौजी हूं मैं, उस हिसाब से डिसिप्लिन्ड और वो सब चीजें तो अंबुजा सीमेंट में तो काफी हद तक चल गई वो, क्योंकि वहां मेरी चौधर चलती थी, क्योंकि वहां पे कोई ज्यादा के गार्ड थे और एम्प्लॉइज थे, वो सब मानते थे। अब जेएनयू बिल्कुल डिफरेंट है, वहां पे स्टूडेंट बोलते भाई तू कौन, जेएनयू इज फॉर स्टूडेंट्स एंड फॉर टीचर्स, यू आर जस्ट ए सर्विस प्रोवाइडर। बात तो इसकी भी सही है। देन आई अडेप्टेड टू द एनवायरमेंट ऑफ जेएनयू। देखिए सीएसओ होना, जैसे बाकी सब लोगों ने बताया ना, एक बिल्कुल फर्क सिर्फ इतना है कि आपको कैसे एनवायरनमेंट में आप जा रहे हैं, कैसा आपको माहौल मिल रहा है, उसके हिसाब से, सिचुएशन के हिसाब से आपको अडेप्ट करना पड़ता है, इम्प्रोवाइज करना पड़ता है। बस वही एक इंटेलिजेंस आपके अंदर होनी चाहिए जो कि की है सीएसओ के रोल के लिए, कि आप जिस भी जगह, और इसीलिए देखिए, इसीलिए सीएसओ एक ऐसा, जैसे मुझे जेएनयू में बहुत सारे काम मिल जाते हैं सीएसओ में। अभी जेएनयू में एनसीसी आई है, वो मैं ही लेके आया था, जेएनयू उससे पहले एनसीसी नहीं थी। सो आई स्टार्टेड, मैं ज्वाइन, आई नो दैट देयर इज नो एनसीसी। सो आईआईटी में बगल में कैप्टन बी एन यादव, तो उनसे मैं मिला कि उन्होंने ठीक है, उन्होंने एनसीसी ऑफिसर एक दूसरे थे कर्नल साहब, उनसे मिलवाया, मैंने बात की कैसे ला सकते हैं। आई मेट द वाइस कि साहब आप लेके आइए, देयर विल बी सम डिसिप्लिन। जेएनयू में तो कोई डिसिप्लिन नाम की चीज तो है ही, ठीक है? मतलब कोई भी वहां पे वो, मतलब एवरीथिंग दे टेक फॉर ग्रांटेड, कि कोई रूल्स नहीं है, कोई रेगुलेशन है। जेएनयू इज ए सोवरेन आइलैंड इन द लैंड ऑफ दिल्ली, ठीक है? पुलिस कैनॉट एंटर इन जेएनयू, राइट? ट्रैफिक पुलिस कैनॉट एंटर, ट्रैफिक रूल्स कैनॉट बी एनफोर्स्ड, मतलब कोई रूल एनफोर्स हो ही नहीं सकता है वहां पे। सो slowly I learned from them. I started having discussions with the students. I used to, ढाबा कल्चर है जेएनयू में, तो वहां पे बैठ के चाय पीते हैं, डिस्कशन करते हैं पैलेस्टाइन एक शेर है ना, पूरा मुझे नहीं आता, कि जिंदा है तो जिंदा नजर आ
systems. Has to be very proactive and okay, sure, sir, sure. Quickly, yes.
One incident which immediately comes to my mind is recently in one of the plants in my organization, there are certain trucks in the night, 3 trucks went out of the gate without security stamping the voucher. Now, before this matter could be escalated by the plant, immediately I got mail that I am very upset with security that they have allowed these 3 vehicles to go unstamped after checking the vehicle. So, by the responsible for that area, under whom comes 10 to 12 plants, he took my visiting card and wrote legendary in that. So I asked him and he gave it to me. So I said कि सर ये आप मुझे क्यों दे रहे हो? तो बोलता है आपका वो जो मेल था वो बहुत लेजेंडरी था क्योंकि otherwise by 12 o'clock today that security company would have been out from the plant. So sometimes as a CSO you have to be very proactive in protecting your manpower also. Mistakes everybody do. So sometimes management is very ruthless. So you have to be proactive in this way also.
So I think the question that Ved put out regarding the culture, I think CSO's role today, again, I go back to my army days, I say, when you were there in the leadership role, culture setting of the organization, the unit that we were commanding, leading, is definitely was a part of our responsibility, and it's no different here. So in my organization and in the previous months where I've been, I've always made it a point, whosoever is the stakeholder who has some role to play in the entire gamut of the processes and the entire gamut of operations, I generally go and explain to them the purpose of a particular security measure which has been put in. That in first place, and it is not only true for the security purpose, I think it is true for every task that we assign to a team member, could be for any reason, right? So you firstly explaining the purpose. Once he understands the purpose, it becomes very easy for him to relate to your compulsions and how it is required. And then second, you have to probably brief him that why he is important in this process. And what is his role? He is not the weakest link for me. He is my first line of defense. And if I am able to convince multiple stakeholders in a security process by telling that you are the first line or second line of defense for me, I'm sure any threat would peter down by the time it reaches the last layer. And that's what my aim as a CSO or as a security leader is. So when I'm able to not only minimize the threat, but also whatever I'm not able to avoid, they are handled in a sequential and incremental manner, and so that the impact reduces to the bare minimum possible. So I think that is one way, and there are multiple ways in which we can go about fostering this security culture among other stakeholders also. It could be through interactions, informal, it could be through holding the training sessions, there could be multiple ways depending upon the organization, but it is a very important facet of security leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think over last half an hour or so, we had been able to, unravel the challenges of a security chief security officer and the attributes required for CSOs to be, very effective in their roles. So we have run out of time, but still we have time for questions. Happy to take questions, sir.
Sir, there are 2 kinds of securities. One is physical, other is digital. And then there are two kinds of such institutes also which are training criminals, digital criminals as also physical criminals. I would suggest that in future, either you invite those institutes heads to address us, they have the much more better than, they know much better than us. Or our CSO should go to them as a student to learn as to how they perpetrate these crimes. You see, they are much ahead of us. And
Right.
these organizations are well organized. Maybe one day-
Point well taken, sir. Point well taken. Thank you.
Maybe one day there may be universities of it.
Yes, sir.
These are
Thank you.
institutes as of now.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes,
Let
sir.
CSOs go as a trainees there.
Yeah. So we
They have
had
to learn also how they,
yeah.
they are, every day they are bringing out some new techniques of committing crime.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you for that insight. I mean, we had less time, so we could not discuss where the role of the CSO.
I just want to make a point here.
Yeah, please.
I would like to rebut what he has said. The panelists who are sitting in the front row are all very, very well experienced people who are from the armed forces. Myself from the armed forces. And I have exited just 7 days back from the armed forces again, and I am from the intelligence corps. And I can vouch for that. For my people who are sitting, my fraternity is sitting in front, that we are miles ahead from any breaches which can take place. We are trained so well that we can, we can detect breaches and we can utilize them at any point of time. So that's the assurance which I wish to give to the audience. And with my panelists who are sitting in front, that just the kind of misnomer that people in the outside, but the criminals are very far ahead of us, that's a misnomer.
Thank you. Taken. You want
So,
quickly because we are
thank
run
you
out
for
of time.
your insight, sir. We have taken the point, and I'm sure that BW will look into this aspect, which is brought out. And as a CSO, I would like one armored brigade to be deployed in my plant, along with the infantry division. However, it is the business risk which one has to see, and as per that, the security which is deployed is either AP Securitas or SIS or G4S, and all those security agencies are following the PASARA guidelines, and under CAPSI, they are following all the procedures. They have their own training camps. Trained people come to us. We employ trained people. Sometimes a little less trained people also come, so we accept them. And basically, it is striking a balance. And as you are aware, that everything is budgeted. And that is what understanding your business is all about. Because if I don't understand my business, of that organization.
Thank you so much. You want to say something?
Can
Just
I take some
quickly.
minutes?
Only
Few
because
minutes, sir, the time is up. We can have
is
a
not
discussion
there.
outside.
But sir, I'll surely share some anecdotal incidents on this, what you just mentioned on, because in e-commerce, every Diwali we see, actually there are, I can say, we'll surely share those anecdotes with you. You would really find it very, very interesting. But since the time is not there, not here, but in person, I'll share it with you.
Lovely. Thank you, all the esteemed panelists for.
Time over?
No, sir.
Can I take a couple of minutes?
No, sir. You have 30 seconds to ask a question.
Thank you.
My
very much.
budget allows that. Very
No,
sorry.
I just wanted to share my personal experience with all of.
Question.
Let me, there's no question as such. It's a very interesting panel discussion. And I must tell the audience here that I have been Chief Security Officer of the Moria Hotel from 90 to 98, when the technology was not there. We are basically based on the physical security. And I must say, I must agree with Joshi that as a CSO, you must recognize yourself first. Unless you recognize yourself in the organization, you will never get a success. I joined the CSO at Moria on the premise that I am going to myself to their environments, their surroundings, up to some limit. where my integrity is not challenged, where my honesty is not challenged. If these two things are remain with me, I think I should be able to continue as a CS.
And you did pretty well, sir.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
much.
Let me finish. So I think, in fact.
So 15 seconds more is what we have now.
Sorry?
15 seconds more. And I'm very sorry, I apologize. Time ki pabandi hai. I'm very
With the audience here, कि as a chief of security, you must put some demands on the management and on the command. The demands are that security flows from top to bottom. Security never flows from bottom to top. That is the security which one must follow. Secondly, the management must ensure that the security chief is an important organization is an important chair in the organization where he will be given full respect. CSO, when I joined, he was not being made a member of any committee. But then I made them join, it should be a decision-making committee where the CSO should form part of it. Once you are form part of it, the management will follow you. Thirdly, you must demand the thing on the management that everybody is similar, because security is not there to spy on the managers. We are there to provide security to the guest with a view that they come again and again with the revenue is increased. That is the security role. And on your you have to be physically fit. Sometimes you have to do duty for 12 hours. Sometimes you have to be at a post where it is so boring. So you have to balance yourself. That is how you can get success. And I think I'm sharing my personal experience with you. Sorry for taking some time. That's all I can share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you for moderating it. A picture, please. मेरे माइक की वॉल्यूम बढ़ाएंगे थोड़ा सा. Thank you. And I'm very sorry on the time bit. If you have any questions, any observations you wish to discuss with the panelists that are here, for some time you can take it offline. I'm very sorry for that. Our next one, it's a keynote address on and the security paradigm. While you get the stage ready, we'll give them a second for that. May I ask our friends at the back to please settle down? Lovely. Our next one, it's on fakes and the security paradigm. To talk on the same, to share his views on the same as experience, please join me in welcoming to the stage Sena Medal Security Adani NMD. Everybody, you at this moment you applause, you welcome the upcoming speaker, you give him some energy, a little more energy.
Give you an instance. I've got a very pretty wife, right? I'm very proud of her. And every time she goes into the beauty parlor and she comes out,
She asks me, how do I look? My credit card says 20,000 rupees down. My mind says nothing changed. So at the same time, I will take you through a series of slides that I have made, and I couldn't miss out this guy. He's in the news. He's the peacemaker, right? He's going to get the Nobel Prize. So just see what. So let's see what he has to offer. Can you play this, please? No, go back. Picture and said, Indian look like Tom Cruise. Sunday said, fine. Everybody seen him just now? And he gave the opening address, I guess. Everybody knows who this guy is? Brad Pitt? And here is Major Mohammad Ali Shah. Major Mohammad Ali Shah, can you please stand? So there's Major Mohammad Ali Shah, and this is there for you. So, why do you need to be concerned about this deep fake paradigm? The problem is, there are a lot of military officers sitting here right now, and I want to focus this at you. Why do you need to be concerned? How many of you say that we do not judge? Can anybody have a show of hands that I don't judge anyone? Humanity itself, your personality, condescends. And that's why you judge. The problem is, you are deemed a criminal on the perception of the act, given a chance at justification. Lots of us here, since we are military officers, we also know that the court-martial, right? The court-martial procedure is such that there is a show cause notice given to you, an act that you have committed. Nobody knows the truth of the act. A piece of paper act, and that is absolutely now. Next, please. Looking at my presentation, this is Armored Corps Officer called Noel Goodwin, and on my Instagram, I got this message. Please note, this is a fake account by some scoundrel who has been contacting my friends and asking them for money. So please be aware, I've already reported this account, and exactly 3 minutes later, I did this. It says, follow request, and I'm reporting this for record. Next. Next, please. Can somebody quit? Yeah. Now, this is a Pakistani man named Satar Baksh. He opened a cafe. Satar Baksh. Right? Starbucks sued him and they lost because he said that's my name and face in the logo. The fact is, he's done something. He's judiciary or the rules are not in place to basically protect the rights of Starbucks. Next. All of us speak about the web, right?
We've got something called the surface web, we've got the deep web, and we've got the dark web. Before I start my presentation in proper, we've got to know the difference between it. The surface web is only 4% of the complete internet. The deep web is 90% of the complete internet. And what lies within the paradigm of deep web is academic information, medical records, legal documents, everything that is open is there within the deep web. And then you have something called the dark web. Trying to get into your focus, trying to get into your modules, trying to get into your laptops, trying to get into your mobile phones, and trying to procure all relevant some place at some time. Next. Somebody to just be there, please, because this thing is not working. To just put this slide on. Request someone from this young crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, for kind information, your data is already available. It takes me precisely 2 minutes to find out you, including your savings, your housing, your property, your bank accounts, because you are constantly being profiled. As you walked into the Park Hotel, at the gate, which was looking into your car to see who you are, to the reception, there are 2 security cameras facing the gate. You are being profiled. Every time you enter the airport, you are being profiled. The problem is, profiling is fine, but when profiling leads to analysis, there lies the situation. It's like a court-martial. Your facial appearance and the way you have conducted yourself in a social profile, like in social media, will pan out as the man is suspicious, not suspicious, antisocial, social, prone to acts like criminals, etc. So you're being profiled constantly. At a certain juncture, when technology increases to that level, that tomorrow, when you're being interviewed for a job, I look at your profile before I look at you. The humanity factor or the human factor that we build around the profiling gets reduced. Would never. But today, is it a crime? That is the question we need to ask ourselves. Is it going to be featured as a crime? That's me and my wife. That's me, Jesus and Mother Teresa. That's me and Alia Bhatt. I love the lady. That's me and Avatar. Me and a little bit of skin show, and here we have the skin show's percentage increasing. Then we had Manish and Sangeeta Phogat. Then we had Kajol's face being morphed. And then we had Amitabh Bachchan also, his voice being morphed, and a certain amount of political statement being made. Lots of us dream of a better life. So let's see this little video. Can you just play this, please, somebody? I'm sorry, this.
लेकिन ये साला कर क्या रहा है यहाँ पे?
So why not a lot of us here have something called no space, there's no. And how do you do that? You've got the defect. You want to be anybody, a movie star, you can be a cricket player, you can be anything you want to be, including a porn star. And today, this is the kind of features, people who have been programmed constantly, videos are being made of them, of acts and issues that they're not even concerned with. All these film stars that you see, right from Ori to Deepika Padukone, somewhere in the deep dark web have been focused in pornography. A perception, India to introduce AI, robo-judges in courtrooms. Acceptable, not acceptable, not understood, time will tell. And there is this statement which I found very strong. I found this statement to be absolutely hitting my brain. I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can do art and writing. Absolutely deep. Not for AI to do my art and writing so that I can do my laundry and dishes. Ladies and gentlemen, that we need to focus on tomorrow. Now here, this is another scam. Hi all. I today received a fake call mentioning that they are calling from Delhi Police and Customs. And there's an identity card, there's an entire thing here. And there, a scam alert of course. How many of you, let's have a show of hands, has had certain amount of calls coming from different agencies trying to scam you out? Can we have a show of hands? Okay. I'll give you a small little incident before I go further. I know this lady, she's 65 years old. Very pretty for her age, very young for her age. And she happened to get onto Facebook. And on Facebook, a very handsome looking man with a picture of him, his kids, doing adventure sports, living a fantastic life in the entire scenic world of Sweden, was all over Facebook. And he befriended this lady who was 65 years old. And after befriending her and talking to her about, see the patience involved. After talking to her for about a month or so, he said, listen, I think I'm in love with you. An isolated, lonely lady in a metro culture like Mumbai, feeling all alone because there are no friends, even your neighbors don't talk to you, psychologically impacted by a very handsome looking young man who's about 45 to 50 years old, showing a backdrop of absolute fantastic locales, proposing to her saying, I'm in love with you. And she says, no, but I'm 65 years old, my husband expired so many years back and I have a child which is 28 years old. He said, doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is your persona, the beauty that you are, and the kind of relationship that we're building up for what we built up for the last 1 month. And she falls for it. And she says, okay. And he says, I'm coming to India next month. And he sends her a copy of a ticket of an airline with his visa, completely authenticated. And this reaches the lady and she says, yes, of course, this is authentic. And suddenly, on the day of the flight, she is waiting expectantly for this man to drop in, and he sent her a mail that due to some issues with his child, he cannot make it. Because it's your birthday, on 22nd of September, I'm sending you a parcel. And this parcel will reach the customs. 5 days later, she gets a call from the voice absolutely like somebody from a government office. He introduces himself, says there's a parcel in your name, we need to open it, we need your permission to do. Thousands of dollars in it.
thousands of dollars on it. She gets almost a heart attack. She says, what's this? She says, your parcel has 10,000 US dollars. This is your money, it has been sent to you. We need to show it to the customs department. We are the customs department. We need to process it. And you need to pay 4.2 lakh rupees to get this parcel. 65-year-old lady, once again I'm getting there, absolutely lonely, totally scared now. She doesn't know what to do. And she transfers 4.2 lakh rupees to a completely authenticated customs customs bank account number. 4.2 lakhs gone. Once again, after 2 days, she gets a call. Your parcel has been sent, but courier charges of 8,000 rupees because it's being sent by a special parcel is required. And she again transfers 8,000 rupees. And our procedure continues for a long time. The lady loses 14.5 lakhs. And then she went to the police, she went with documents that were totally with the stamp of the customs, the head of the customs department, the voice that was, she had started recording the voice that was off to signify that it was the voice of that customs officer. It was absolutely human deception taking place with use of technology and something that we're faking all the time. The costliest types of cybercrime is business email compromise. Second is investment. Third is confidence oblique romance fraud. And you see, and the last is government impersonation. In India, surprisingly, government impersonation takes first place.
Theory of relativity समझाई, quantum physics समझाई, और छठी theory of relativity समझाई, quantum physics समझाई, और छठी hairline का इलाज मेरे पे भी नहीं है.
So now you even have Albert Einstein. And tell me one thing. Can anybody say he's not Albert Einstein? If you didn't know when he lived, where he lived, when he lived? Can anybody say he's not Albert Einstein? And he is here. He's talking to you and talking about hairline. The problem is that the historical chronology of deepfakes has evolved over time. And the rapid evolution from 2018 present to the present is full scale. Today, there are sites on the internet that are absolutely so precise that even an expert without the tools of AI or counter AI cannot detect whether it is fake or not. This is the new reality. We are not even there. We don't know what is believing. That's me. The farm is the same. The medals are the same. The PCAP is the same. Only the face changed. 63% surge in cybercrime cases. India experienced 7,000 complaints every day since 1st Jan 2004. 7,000 complaints every day, ladies and gentlemen. And you see what is happening in the cybercrime hotspots in India. New was number one for a very long. And where do these people function from? You'll be surprised. These are unpad log, 8th standard pass, uneducated, sitting on hilltops and with their mobile phones trying to scam people. And in a recent incident, happened to one of my family only, my brother-in-law was working on his laptop. Suddenly he got a call.
And without thinking, he put his call on. He didn't realize that it was a video call. He stared at his mobile screen. He looks at something like that on an open screen from doing something else. What happens is, you tend to keep looking at the screen for a certain amount of time till it hits you, okay, this is something not to be done. And then he put it off. But he had spent 30 seconds of that time viewing that little clip that was there. Immediately, he got a call in exactly 1 minute saying, "Jaldi se jaldi paisa transfer karo, nahi to ye pura video," and they sent him the entire video. They'd taken a screened video. We'll send it all on your platforms and show it to your wife. He asked, "Kitna paisa?" And they asked 2,500 rupees. Just 2,500 rupees. He said, he put it just to get rid of it. Just to get rid of it. After 3 hours, the clip came again. They said, he called me. I was working in an establishment which looked after cybersecurity. And he told me this is what happened. I said, don't pay a single thing. Delete Facebook and Instagram and tell your wife that this has happened. His mobile number was accessed, no calls from anyone. Nothing happened after that. An investigation was carried out and we found Bharatpur, 12 boys in a small little shack were raided and caught on this phone call, and they were all of 8 to 15-year-olds. And they were using these clips which they had taken from porn sites to send it to you and me and control our minds. So please beware.
Did you ever think you will see the PM do Garba?
मैं घर में जा रहा हूँ और मैं खुद भी देख रहा हूँ क्या बढ़िया बना है.
Can you play that also? What am I trying to show you? They once spared the Prime Minister and I just put his face. It just took me exactly 20 seconds. Exactly 20 seconds to take his face, put it on my profile and say, make him laugh. And then the Prime Minister is laughing with the military uniform. Again, because the Prime Minister loves his photographs. Generative adversarial networks, that is GANs, two AI neural networks, a generator and a discriminator, compete. The generator creates fakes and the discriminator tries to identify them. For everybody in the military, this is very precarious. Every time a weapon system comes in, there are counter weapon systems to negate the effect of that weapon system that comes into the market. And this is exactly what is happening here. You make something, there is somebody always synthesizing it to see how we can do it better or how we can negate it. So the AI works like that. Autoencoders. This is amazing. It is used to compress and then reconstruct data effectively, swapping the facial features of voice from one person into another. And simple. Everybody here has Gemini? I hope you do. Or everybody here has Meta AI? I'm standing here, click me now, just take my picture, put it on that, say, turn him into a dinosaur. 10 seconds and I'm a dinosaur. Make the dinosaur dance. He'll make me dance. Make the dinosaur dance Kathakali, he'll make me do Kathakali also. Try it. And you'll find, and you'll be amazed because it's like toys for the AI boys. Right? Can you play this, please?
It happened when I was home alone. Let's get up. Add me on Facebook.
She was really out. That night, she starts chatting on Skype. And after a while, she asks if I have a webcam. So I turned on my video and said, "Can I see you too?" Then she says she's getting horny. She lies in her bed and starts masturbating. And I start masturbating too. With a gun like this, you lose your head. It said, "Listen, I am a man, and I recorded you masturbating. I have a list of your family from Facebook. You have only 1 week to send me to."
I kept this, I knew there were ladies in the audience. I kept this original because here we're talking about the security paradigm. And for you to know the candid and blunt truth is more important than anything else. The entire deepfake affects trust in media, damage to democracy, personal and psychological harm, and the liar's dividend, which is the most important. It is that old story that you used to read in a third standard, where once you keep telling lies and people know that you're telling lies and they don't believe you. And when the time comes when you tell the truth, nobody still believes you. That's exactly the liar's dividend. And that is what deepfake gets us. Today we don't know what to believe. Rahul Gandhi says something, it becomes a joke, people call him Pappu. But the fact of the matter is 80% of everything that he says is morphed or the voice has been modulated and changed. The fact is, Narendra Modi says something, and now the opposition has caught on to the same language, and they are doing the same to his videos. Can you play that, please?
Being a resident of foreign country, on Facebook, she we have some pornographic content with you on it, and and otherwise this video is going to be public. And if you are afraid that if some of your relative or friends will see it, it will be a very big impact. So in that fear, you will end up transferring some money to the fraudster. So in this kind of fraud, my advice is that you should not in first place befriend anybody who is not known to you. And video call, you should forget about video call, such kind of thing. You should first see that whether the person is genuine or not, then only you can engage the video call. And let's say if you fall prey to the video call, even if somebody clicks some photographs, you should not get afraid, because he will not do anything with that screenshot or screen video. It's only the fear in your mind that he is capitalizing. He will not.
Can you play this also, please? This is new, the hilltop I was talking about. Can you play the video?
Open secret that Noor is now the EV center of cybercrime, not in Haryana but in Uganda. 2. Dogs slaughter has money of us. 3rd, all kinds of nefarious and illegal activities and the police think twice, not only the Haryana police, the Delhi police, because there have been very incidents when the police parties were attacked by the hooligan. If they have the capacity to attack the police party, open secret.
A deepfake growth in the 2024 election here, please take your eyes to India, is plus 280%. It is absolutely enormous, and this is in 2024. So the opposition and the politicians today are using deepfakes in a very, very measured way. Now you need to understand there are softwares basically available to negate if it's a deepfake or not. So please use them judiciously. Now let's go to narrative building. This is the last part of my presentation, the most important one. We had Operation Sindhu recently, and being a military man, I'm very passionate about this operation. The fact is that a fake narrative survived and won the war. And a lot of military officers sitting here, they'll agree with me. India won the war in the manifestation of intent and the force levels that were applied. But where we lost is we couldn't support the narrative that we built up. Now, the problem is multiplications of deepfake. They are very potent tools used for disinformation, used for propaganda, used for something called strategic and operational deception. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a tool, deepfake is a tool of military application as per my prognosis. Next. Play the video, please.
जो सारे लोग हैं और मैंने ये सुना था कहते पटना पोर्ट को भी दबा कर दिया उन्होंने वो बेचारे परेशान हो गए मेरे पटना बिहार वाले भाई जो है कह रहे यहाँ पे आपने पूरा का पूरा एक बंदरगाह जो है वो आपने रखा हुआ है हमसे छुपा दिया और पटना का पोर्ट इनको पता नहीं चला अगर वो लालू प्रसाद यादव जी के बेटे तक ये बात पता चल गई उड़ जाएंगे वो खुद उनके खुद पंख लगे हुए हैं इस टाइम पर अरे हाँ वो पायलट है सचिन पायलट से बड़ा पायलट है वो क्या बात लेकिन यहाँ पर अब जो कहानी चल रही है प्रेजेंटेशन की भी बात हो गई यहाँ पे प्रेजेंटेशन में तो ये बहुत तेज है भाई ये क्या कर रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे फोटो दिखा रहे हैं कि हमारी नेवी बहुत मुस्तैद खड़ी है हमारी नेवी बढ़िया कर रही है पीछे फोटो लगाइए भाई वो फोटो बहुत थी वो फोटो पुरानी थी उस फोटो के अंदर सबमरीन को एक क्या नाम है जो शिप होती है वो शिप को हटा के ऊपर सबमरीन चिपका दी ऐसे भाई ये तो फोटो में कह रहा है फोटो शॉट कर दिया वो भी गंदा इन्होंने वीडियो में किया है किसने वीडियो गेम की फुटेज लगा दी अरे यार तो देश हमारा अरे भाई आपको लग रहा है कि भाई एक बार इन्होंने करा एक बार आर्मी ने लगा दिया एक बार पूरी सरकार ने लगा दिया भाई वो कह रहे हैं हमारे रॉकेट लॉन्चर छोड़ दिए हमने वो भी वीडियो गेम की इमेज थी
So the issue was that they put up a lot of fakes. The problem was that we picked up those fakes. More than the Pakistanis, the Indians picked the fakes. And we started propagating that fake. We created these fakes reaching millions of the casualties that were propagated by the enemy. No confirmation of the same. Till date, we do not know. Infrastructure will be destroyed, humanity will be killed, people will die. And that is war. That is what war is about. And India won the battle, but we lost the narrative. And going ahead, so many fakes were created. Just read them. Fakes of 2022 of a aircraft dropped was shown as a Rafale. An artificial Rafale wing was made, painted with nomenclature of the Rafale and pictured and shown, where Indian population, when you see the graph, says 1,026,000 people send that fake picture in 2 minutes. All over, questioning it. सच है क्या, सच है क्या, सच है क्या? वो सच है क्या के चक्कर में तुम लोगों ने पूरे देश में दहशत मचा दी. False. Can you play this, please?
Rightly mentioned. Now, the Press Information Bureau of the country has managed to identify certain fake accounts, Pakistan-based accounts on social media platform X that are spreading this Pakistan propaganda, spreading this fake news. And let's in fact take you through some of those. You mentioned 7. We've managed to in fact ascertain more than that. We're talking about 10 to 12 so far, but the idea is already put out officially. Let's look at the first one. the PIB fact check goes on to claim, this is a Pakistan propaganda alert, Pakistan-based handles are spreading old videos falsely alleging strikes on a military base in Amritsar. It's been fact checked, and then they go on to claim how this particular video, and here, this is the question where they have branded it as fake, and they have said that this video is from the 24. If we take a look at the next one, this is a question that PIB is now posting. Did this Indian drone really get intercepted in Pakistan? Big question mark there. They go on to say that Pakistan-based handles are sharing an old image claiming that the Pakistan army has intercepted a UAV drone that fell in Gujranwala in Pakistan. That has been, in fact, fact-checked again. This is the image, as you can see. And here, the image being circulated is from the Ukraine-Russia conflict in 2022. That's another one by the PIB. This is, again, a viral video alert, remember, so Operation Sindoor, where the truth behind the aircraft crash has been established by the PIB, where India is claiming that this is a Pakistani social media account. They are reciting, by the way, old video and sharing it in the present context. This is the video from an earlier incident from 2019 involving an Indian Air Force Mi-17 V5 helicopter that crashed near Budgam in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this is how PIB has debunked that you rightly mentioned. Now,
So the practitioner of deepfake can be many types. Now you've seen, I've shown you Operation Sindoor and how we messed up. And how we messed up because we started believing Pakistan and the fakery, where we did not absolve ourselves of the duty as a responsible citizen to hold the government's hand and to support your military. So let's now come down to practitioners of deepfake. And the biggest practitioners of deepfake are basically the entertainment industry. Right from the movies like Avatar to what you see today as, initially, when you used to watch these cartoon movies, it used to take a series of artists to draw this entire movement of the cartoon. Today, the AI does it for you, and seamlessly. Can you play this, please? Why I showed you this video is only for one reason. This video, when it was put first time on the Instagram, it got 2.6 million views in 1 hour. For anybody who's been a YouTuber, for anybody who's been on Instagram, you know that every 1 million view earns you money. And making videos like this and putting it on your site, because there are no rules to protect or against these videos, you earn a lot of money. So this is business for those people who are working from a shanty of 110 square feet. Next. Next, please.
In a high-voltage midnight operation, the ED swooped down on 3 locations in Delhi's Kanpur area. Sources have come out to tell us that the ED has unearthed a sinister racket run through a bogus call center, one that has allegedly duped thousands of unsuspecting foreign nationals, especially in the United States, by selling pirated or fake software disguised as mentioned ones like Microsoft Windows. What's even more shocking at this point?
So to conclude, basically you're all being profiled. Deepfake is a threat which is almost akin to a military threat to a nation, and it can destroy not only governments and societies but also your family. Can you just play this last video before I end?
मध्य प्रदेश के चुनाव में एक दिन फेक वीडियो निकला और अमिताभ बच्चन जी के आवाज में निकला। आप हैरान हो जाएंगे, अमिताभ साहब पूरी रात सो नहीं पाए, बोले रात को मुझे एफआईआर करनी है। बोले मेरे साथ ऐसा क्यों हुआ? मैं राजनीति से मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं, तो बोले दूर से नमस्ते करता हूँ, दुखी थे बहुत, मतलब उनके एक्शन लिए गए उन लोगों पर। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि पहले प्रयास नहीं हुआ है। और मैंने जब दिवाली का बीजेपी का कार्यालय में गेट टुगेदर था, मैंने भी फेक पर लंबा भाषण किया। मैंने जानबूझ कर नहीं किया था उस दिन, और मीडिया को ये सब मैंने कहा कि बहुत बड़ा संकट में देख रहा हूँ। मैंने मेरी G20 समिट में सबने चिंता व्यक्त की, हमारा वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस समिट, उसमें मैंने कहा ये सब कहने सॉल्यूशन पर मैंने उनको एक सॉल्यूशन दिया। हर एक के ऊपर एक मैसेज पहले आना चाहिए, ये AI जनरेटेड कंटेंट है, आप उसको उस रूप से देखिए, ये उस पर स्ट्रैटेजी वाली।
So basically, the Prime Minister is given a very simple solution. He says, I'm not against deepfake or morphing being used for the entertainment industry or anything like that, as long as it is not used adversely. Even in the entertainment industry, he says, put in a statement there or a watermark saying that this is generated by AI. So I think a simplistic solution for a man of the earth, and the fact is that deepfakes are here to stay. It is not for me to get into the technicalities of it because technology and technique changes every 3 months. What is more important is that you and me in this audience are aware, make the people who work with us aware, and make our families aware so that you don't fall to this. Imagine today your daughter is subjected to something like this. What will happen to the entire family? Leaving you with this thought, thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Thank you. Impactful one. That's the impact it has created. Thank you, sir. Always say it is from food for thought. It is now time for food for stomachs. It's time for lunch. It's 1:15, 1:45. We will reconvene for the next session, which will happen again in this very hall. The lunch is served at the back of this hall itself. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
अन्यू भाई
विक्रम इधर तो मिला ही है. He might come in for some time. You flew in today? Yesterday? No, I am here for the last few days. एक बार आ जाइए सर, वो ऐसा आपको विजिट पेंडिंग है. जब आप next time when you come in, I just saw. And I'll be in Bangalore maybe on 29th week. Week started 28th. दिवाली के बाद हाँ, दिवाली में यहाँ आओ. ठीक है, मैं आपको आई देंगे. थैंक यू. I'm not sharing my thoughts. It was very good presentation. We learned a lot. We used to see all these kind of things. I'm also from IDFC First Bank. It is very useful for us. Thank you, sir. You're from Businessworld.
नहीं पाएगा और उससे जब ट्रेनिंग होगी ना वो मैं भी नहीं संभाल पाऊंगा मेरे पंगे से सीधे बात कर ले पहले आए ना होता है 2 घंटा होता है कहने की बातें होंगी तेरे को बता रहा हूँ तो कहने की बात कहने की पूरी रात होती है भाई देखते हैं में 3 दिन तक क्या होता है ज़्यादा फ्लैट होते हैं और क्या होता है हाँ सर पूरा इशू
अरे मैं तो मेरा तो ये मील होता है उसके बाद शाम को भी नहीं खाता
विजय बैठ दे क्या वो कम ले रहा है? हाँ सर थोड़ा वेट मेंबरशिप लीजिए जिम मेंबरशिप लीजिए जिम की मेंबरशिप लीजिए Nate has got 2 daughters, है ना? Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Tajini. What is the name? The भाई क्या करता है? Just checking. बड़ा है छोटा है checking है क्या? भाई तो सरकारी टीचर है. So you are from security company? No, we are from Wipro. Wipro. Okay. And what segment you are taking care of? Security part? Physical security. Physical security. Yes. The sir was, जो sir दे रहे थे, I think वो सारा कुछ discussion. He is from, you are from same organization. Yes. Same organization. Yeah, yes. Team is different. The team is same. Team is same. Okay. And you? I'm from IDFC Bank. Okay. फ्री होंगे ना क्या? बड़े भाई के साथ भेजे आते हैं हमें सीट रखें मेरा फोन भी पड़े
सर मैं हिलूंगा ही नहीं। चेक किया हमने सिक्योरिटी वाला नंबर भेजा था।
लॉग इन कर लिया मैंने, मॉडल्स वगैरह देख लिए उसके काफ़ी।
सर स्क्रीन शेयर करके आप बताऊँगा एग्जैक्ट जो पढ़ने वाला कंटेंट है वो कौन सा
नहीं, वो भी पढ़ लिया मैंने, जिसमें कंप्लीटनेस दिखाता है वो।
हाँ
देख लिया मैंने, उस पर कौन ढूंढ लिया मैंने।
सैम्पल क्वेश्चन है वो रिपीट कर देंगे।
देखता हूँ कितना टाइम मिल पाता है।
3 महीने सर, अभी दिसंबर लास्ट में
मेरे को लग रहा है उसके हिसाब से दिन के 2 घंटे तो देने पड़ेंगे। कुछ है जल्दी कवर हो जाएंगे, कुछ नए हैं मेरे लिए।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन बहुत जल्दी कर हो जाएगा, ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं उसमें।
तूने दिया एग्जाम या नहीं?
सर अभी प्लान नहीं देने का, मैं पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन पर ही फोकस कर रहा हूँ, थोड़ा सा कॉन्फिडेंस है पहले लेवल लेके।
एग्जाम तो एक ही होता है, रात होते हैं तो
4 मुझे 100 मार्क्स 4 75
वन गवर्नमेंट दे सकते ज़्यादा।
गवर्नमेंट दे लो, दे लो, बट वो बेनिफिट नहीं है। एक के पढ़ाई करी, उसका एग्ज़ाम दे दिया, तो इसका 2 महीने का फर्स्ट एग्ज़ाम आप रजिस्टर किया है, विदिन 2 मंथ्स आपको 4 देने होंगे कंपल्सरी, बट 4 75% तो पास करने होंगे, कोई सर्टिफिकेट सर्टिफाइड होगी, वरना अलग होगा। टिपिकल आता है, बाकी तो नॉर्मल जो सिक्योरिटी में काम
लॉ क्या है वो इंटरनेशनल लॉ है सारे ही हो गए नॉट ओनली इंडिया लॉ
इंडियन नहीं सर, वो अमेरिका का बना हुआ है। लॉजिकल साइंस से भी क्वेश्चन आंसर करते हैं तो गलत हो जाएगा वो, तो वो अमेरिका में अलग चलता है।
सीपीपी में होता है सीपीपी सेम
सिंगल एग्जाम सीपीपी
हाँ सिंगल
जितना मैंने दी थी तीन पास कर ली थी उन्होंने, इनका एक रह गया था, लॉ वाला रह गया था, फिर वो दे नहीं पाए, वो नल नंबर हो गया सर।
तो बॉम्बे में हो
हाँ सर,
तो हस्बैंड में सिक्योरिटी में ही है
हाँ सही में बैचमेट ही है मेरे,
मेरा बैचमेट डेजर्ट ये नहीं ले रहा
नेट तेरा चल रहा है ना? चल रहा है नेट तेरा? नया उसका सॉफ्टवेयर का इन्होंने रखा है एंट्रॉन एसेट मैनेजमेंट। वो बात हो रही थी, वो तो आपने शायद बताया है इसके लिए जो एसेट का अपना चल रहा है एंड्रे, उसके अलावा किसी और को। हाँ, वो 10 तारीख को रखा है, 10 के अंदर 230 डेमो रखा है। हाँ तो सर वो तो जरूरी भी है, क्योंकि अगर एक बार पता चल जाएगा ना तो उसमें तो प्रॉब्लम तो बहुत है इसमें। रियल टाइम बेसिस पे बहुत प्रॉब्लम है और उसके सॉल्यूशन मिलते नहीं है सर। सोल्यूशन नहीं मिल रहा उसका, वो हर चीज़ का पैसा मांग रहा है, हर चीज़ का पैसा मांग रहा है। और फिर सॉल्यूशन सर अगर आप पैसे दे के देंगे ना तब भी सॉल्यूशन वो पूरा ठीक से आ नहीं रहा, बहुत उसका है जी। चलिए सर पैसा दे, उसका सॉफ्टवेयर वो है नहीं। हाँ रोबोट करेक्ट सर। अगर मान लीजिए पैसा आपको देना भी है तो पहले शो करके दिखाते ही मेरे पास पिक्चर है, वो दिखाता कुछ नहीं है। हर चीज़ के लिए लाइसेंस लगेगा, लाइसेंस लगेगा। एक बार ऐसी बात चल रही थी मुझे कि आपके भाव तो जैसे क्या होता है QR कोड स्कैनिंग का चल रहा था यार, नीले कड़े ने एक बार बोला था कि हम क्या करेंगे सब जगह वो लगा देंगे, क्या करते हैं जैसे डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर में होता है ना स्कैनर, एक एक खरीद के उसको करवा के देखो। आज तक वो कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ, नहीं वो ही नहीं कर पाया। तो उस समय यही बात तो हुई थी कि एक बार आप करके नहीं दिखाओगे, लाइसेंस के पैसा पहले मांगोगे तो क्या मतलब है इसका? आपका चलेगा नहीं चलेगा पता थोड़ी है। आपको एक फ्री का लाइसेंस डाल के 2-4-5 कोटेशन को दिखाओ। तो ट्रायल लाइसेंस जैसी चीज़ भी तो सर होती है ना, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनी है वो भी ट्रायल देती है, 10 दिन 15 दिन 20 दिन। इनके ट्रायल का कोई सिस्टम ही नहीं। कल 2:30 बजे पिज्जा कहाँ पर होगा? लेकिन मैं तेरे को लिंक भेज दूँगा, जैसे होगा लिंक दे दूँगा तेरे को। ठीक है, आज देख लें। नहीं वो सब जरूरी तो है कुछ ना कुछ एक एसेट का मतलब और भी है इसके अलावा एसेट मैनेजमेंट वाला अगर इसका डील लगता है तो ठीक है नहीं तो उसको 2-3 का डेमो ले लेते हैं और उसके बाद सब देखिएगा हेलो हाँ गुड आफ्टरनून वो कहते हैं समथिंग इसको पर आज तो पटना वाला डाल दो वैल्यू में मैं बोल रहा हूँ उसको अच्छा नहीं पता चार दिन तक वो डिलीवरी पार्टनर पिकअप करेगा पिकअप करेगा देन आई गेट अ मैसेज सेइंग दैट पिकअप हो जाएगा so mainly there was a guy at the delivery partner गौरव से एक बार बात कर लो और वो This is not an insider.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody. We'll be starting in the next 2 minutes. I would request all of you to please settle down so that we can start in the next minute or so. Thank you.
जी सर प्रोजेक्ट को कुछ करना है करते हैं अभी तो यहाँ करेंगे नहीं हम तो नई वाली बिल्डिंग और नई बिल्डिंग वर्ल्ड मार्क 7 नेक्स्ट डे 15 वो वाला प्रोजेक्ट आई लेट यू उसमें ना अभी वो डिसाइड ही नहीं हो रहा है वो सेक्रेटरी में डेटा सेंटर आएगा कि वर्क सेलेक्ट उसमें आपने काफी मेहनत किया था तो आई प्रोजेक्ट इज नॉट डेड वो हो गया था सब कुछ उसका लास्ट थिंग और एमडी सेट किया वैलिडेटेड सेट करना बस एयरटेल सेंटर में रिलेटिव ये हमारा है ही नहीं हमने भी ऑलरेडी सोल्ड इट टू ग्रुप फील्ड्स 2 years बैक इट्स नॉट टफ लिक्विड टेनेंट 2 साल पहले बिक चुका है वो है भारतीय रियल्टी दिस विल नॉट गो टू नहीं ये तो भारतीय रियल्टी के पास है this our Airtel center doesn't belong to us last 2 years it we just move on next year मेरे लिए पेन हो गया उन लोग कम्यूट बढ़ गया 8 किलोमीटर मैं देखता हूँ यही गुड़गांव से ऑपरेट करता हूँ कभी कोई मीटिंग वाटिंग होगी चला जाऊँगा हमारे 2-3 ऑफिस हैं प्लॉट 5 एंड negotiating this video Wi-Fi, this ambience and this thing is a big challenge.
तो पूरा 12 घंटा ही रहता है
आपको कितना ट्रैफिक है आपके ऑफिस वही है भाई क्या हाल है गुड गुड यार और बता हाँ आई नो लॉन्ग टाइम
Hello. चलिए, may I please request everyone to settle down at the back as well. For our friends standing in the aisle, the center aisle as well. For our friends at the back, we're still waiting for you. Chaliye. In the previous keynote address, he spoke on deepfakes and the security paradigm. We'll continue on those lines. An explanation on AI as the new security rewards and also responsibilities. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. First, Captain Punya Sloka Panda, retired, VP, Protective Services IT, ITES and Management Consulting. Joining him is Colonel Ravi Madhok, PSM, retired, SDN HIT, Asset Protection and Security Team, Flipkart. Joining them is Geetika Vahi, Associate Director, Netrika. Joining them is Jitendra K. Singh, CSO, Fortis Healthcare, Shalimar Bagh, New Delhi. And the session chair for this is Colonel Arun Hariharan, National Head, Security, Bharti Airtel. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everybody. Thank you to the four of you who joined in to clap. For the others, let's try again, please, and welcome them. Thank you.
You go second, Geetika, you go second. And you go third. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope all of you are doing great. This is, I think, one of those sessions immediately after lunch, and the eyelids get droopy. So, I'll at least will try to keep this a little interesting and, inclusive and intuitive, so that we're able to keep the interest alive, and we have a good discussion. So, as it was just the panel was introduced, the topic is a very interesting topic, which is current also, which everybody is talking about AI now. All kind of, for everything we are talking about AI, whether it's our children, whether it is, you can see AI all over us at the present times. But what I would like to bring out, that AI has been around the security systems for quite some time. So we would like to take a discussion forward by, firstly, how is the AI, artificial intelligence, how has it transformed the security landscape as a whole? For that, I have a very eminent panel with me. I would like to introduce all of them. But before that, before we start the actual panel discussion, I would like to, just delve upon it, set the context as to how AI has been influencing the security systems and the complete security landscape. How is it happening right now? How has it happened till now? And what are likely to be the, ramifications going forward? Firstly, it provides us with enhanced threat detection. You are aware, we are able to get, with the surveillance cameras and the access control systems, we are able to get real-time data now. It is near real-time data. We will be discussing about that in the panel, how it's been helping the various systems and in various facets of our life. Second is faster response times, AI, ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So we can feed in algorithms. The algorithms will get better with time as the machine learns going forward with a larger database. So we can have fast response times and practically without human intervention. The human inefficiencies and stuff like that can be removed. The communication, time taken for communication, the OODA loop can be made smaller, and that's how AI helps. Third is predictive analysis. We can predict crowds, big events we have seen like Kumbh Mela, and other things, people, typically as it happens in India, that at a particular time people travel, Chhat Puja they travel, they go by train, everybody goes to the railway station. We have seen stampedes, we have seen unfortunate incidents happening. So these things can be predicted better with AI models. And of course, facial recognition, one very common example which all of us all have experienced firsthand is Digi Yatra. Now you go to Delhi Airport, one doesn't even need to, show your boarding pass. If you have already logged into DigiYatra and you put in your credentials there, it just does a face read. So just imagine if there is somebody who's a blacklisted person or person of interest, that face read data goes somewhere. So as I say, it will be part of some security system. So definitely that can be used, again, without human intervention, without human corruption or any inefficiencies. It can be in almost near foolproof method of detecting any threats. Now, like anything else, any system, like it is a very powerful system. It's got a lot of capabilities, but then it's got its own risks. And that exactly is our topic of discussion in this panel. So without much ado, let me go on to introduce the panel. I have Mr. Jitendra Singh, who is the CSO of Fortis Healthcare. Then I have Colonel Ravi Madok, who is the head of asset protection and security at Flipkart. Then I have Ms. Geetika Vahi, who is associate director with Netrika. And then I have Captain Punyasloka Panda, who is VP Protective Services with an ITES consulting group. Now, I will just request them to introduce themselves in one line, briefly. But before that, I think I am honored to be chairing this session with such an eminent panel. They're all experts with huge amount of experience, and I can see that we have an e-commerce, a person from e-commerce, one from consulting, and in fact two from consulting, one from e-commerce, and one from the healthcare industry. So I think it's a very rich panel. And about me, finally, my name is Colonel Ravi. I head the security model and EHS for Bharti Airtel, and I've been there with the company for the last 8 years. So over to the panel. So I will request Punyasloka, and we can go in the clockwise direction to introduce.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Punyasloka Panda. I'm part of IT consulting company, Accenture, and with the organization since last 12 years. Prior to that, like 20 years of experience in crisis management, business continuity, and investigations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jayant. I am Colonel Ravi Madok. I come from an infantry background, Jammu and Kashmir Light Infantry, for those of you who would understand that. After 22 years in the army, I transitioned in 2018, worked with Reliance Retail for 5 years, where I was looking after the combined supply chain security of retail and Jio. And towards the last 2 years was the CSO for Urban Ladder and Reliance Digital Retail Limited. For the last 2 years plus, now I've been looking after asset protection and security at the Flipkart group based out of Bangalore. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I think I can probably say that most of the people would be knowing me. I've been in this industry since almost 20 years now. I've seen it growing. I worked with Securitas for 12 years, then wanted to enhance my skill sets, and then I was picked by Netrika, and I'm there with them since 4 years. I head the entire Pan-India. I look into building the strategic alliances and the new markets. That's my forte. And yes, security is something. When I joined security industry, I never used to see even a single woman in the group. And initially I used to be, only myself seeing there and all men there. But I must say that I've got such a tremendous scope, support from all of you that has made me here. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jitendra Kumar Singh, and I head security at one of the Fortis's facility. Prior to Fortis, I was with the hospitality, and prior to that, I was with the aviation industry. Around 27 years of working with you guys. Primarily a physical security chap who's trying to get into the current scenario, which we define as convergence of cyber and physical security. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Jitendra. So, starting on a positive note, we just spoke about, I just gave a small intro about AI and the security aspects. So, starting on a positive note, AI,
has already percolated into the safety industry and has been, contributing in bits and pieces. We all know, we have all seen it, and there is a lot of scope going forward. So my first question will be to Colonel Madhok. In what way has AI demonstrated clear advantages over traditional security methods in real world deployment? Over to you, Colonel Madhok.
Thank you. The question and the subject is a little humbling for me, and let me try and put a little context to why it is humbling to me. I am a non-techie ex-NDA infantry officer. It doesn't get worse than that. About 30 years back, when computer science began as a subject in NDA, we managed to pass computer science as a subject by switching on the computer, by getting the green light on in the CPU. So that's where I come from, and when I find myself here talking about AI and stuff, I think I have given myself 2 pats on my back. The point I'm trying to make here is that AI is not so complex as we suppose it to be. It's here to help us. It's not a challenge. And if we use it well, then I guess it will take us much further to a much better place. If you try to look at AI as probably the way we looked at nuclear energy about 50 years back, it has its pluses, it has its minuses. Depends upon how you use it, right? Now coming to the question proper. Traditional risk management techniques versus AI, of course, there is a very, very huge difference and a paradigm shift. The earlier techniques that we are used to working with as a security professional are very heuristic, very rule of the thumb kind of fraud detection mechanisms that many companies use. For example, if a user uses his credit card 20 times in a span of 5 minutes, then block those transactions. Or if a user who has never used high value transactions suddenly makes a transaction of 20 lakhs at a certain time during the night at a geolocation where he is not supposed to be known to be located, etc., then those transactions are blocked, and that is how traditionally fraud control regimes have tried to prevent losses to businesses. But what AI gives you, conceptually, is the ability of a machine to learn on its own. So there are 2 different domains there that we probably need to understand a little. One is supervised machine learning and unsupervised machine learning. Supervised machine learning is like giving a person a pack of cards. Each card perhaps contains a photograph of only people, and you ask that machine to figure out similarities between all those cards. That algorithm will look at where they were born, where they live, where they went to school, what do they shop, and things like that. Compare it with an existing data set which tells that this is correct and this is wrong, and then it will form linkages and correlations. But the magic happens in unsupervised machine learning, where, if we were to pick up the previous analogy, you give a person 1 million cards of not just people, but people, places, objects, animals, and anything and everything, and tell them to figure out the commonalities between that heterogeneous data set. There are different kinds of algorithms which are used today. I won't go into the technicalities of that. You have random forests, you have isolated forests, you have regression, linear regression, and all of that. But the most valuable stuff happening today is in the realm of recurring neural networks, which is replicating what a human brain does. A human brain puts a lot of context into a decision when you take a decision. A simple decision like buying a bicycle, a computer program will think of it very, very differently, but a human brain will put a lot of emotional, societal, physical, anecdotal, etc. context to it, and then take a decision. That is what AI is able to do today. Use cases today, I think we will talk about that during the course of this panel, but the most common thing that is being used very extensively already is video monitoring system. You have large environments with very dense human population like airports, like stadiums, like shopping malls, etc., where convenience is at a direct conflict with security. There, AI can really help you pick out anomalies, identify trends, identify bad actors, identify crowd surges, etc., before it becomes critical. So you can deploy resources even before the traffic starts building up, say 10 kilometers away from a stadium. You can already have resources beefed up in the stadium, and you know that that traffic is coming to you rather than, trying to manage that crowd when it has already gone out of control. You also have anomaly detection in financial realm where, frauds, etc., can be easily identified. And it is not just against a set of historical data that this kind of a transaction is a fraud, and therefore it will pick up a transaction which doesn't conform to that. It will pick up a new fraud that's emerging as we speak. That kind of ability it has by putting together a lot of contextual information. Also, in my industry, we struggle with counterfeits and organized retail crime, and that's where AI is coming to our rescue almost every day. We are using natural language models to identify images of labels which are counterfeit, compare it to genuine labels, and at scale we are able to identify counterfeit items. More magic happens when you link it to, say, blockchain or IoT of things. And then you can actually trace back the journey of an entire counterfeit shipment as to where it originated from or where it did not originate from. Also, in e-commerce particularly, the reverse supply chain is a very, very big problem statement. Most e-commerce players struggle to contain frauds over there, and that's where automated video verification of content that is sent to you in the reverse supply chain, also patching all the system footprints of a shipment delivery, right from the time it is picked up to packed to dispatched to delivered to the customer. Return is picked up and it comes back all the way to the return center. AI is able to patch all that information together, look at it autonomously and flag where an errant behavior has happened. And this is happening at scale because we are talking about 3 to 4 crore shipments every day. So that's where the value really gets unlocked. So if you ask me in 3 simple words, what's the difference between traditional security approach and the AI-enabled security approach? It is scale, it is complexity, and it is the convenience with which we are able to handle larger problems today.
Thank you, Ravi. I think that was a very comprehensive and a very well structured, response to the question. I think he has very clearly brought out how, the AI ML, the way he also brought out supervised, unsupervised AI ML, and also how the logics are built around this, and how this technology will keep improving as we go forward. Now, I'll come to our second panelist now. That's Geetika. My question to her is more of the human angle. We just spoke about, the e-commerce aspects and how they're able to detect fraud and all that. But there is also a human angle to it. And it's very important that with the law on privacy, various laws on privacy, India or abroad, large amount of data being, transitioned from one place to another over the ether, and surveillance and civil liberties. We're talking about civil liberties today. The societies are all, they're beginning to wake up on civil liberties. You can see it across the world, it's happening. So what are the societal risks of delegating critical security tasks to AI? If you look at it from the point of view of civil liberties and the rampant surveillance, it doesn't get misused. Over to you, Geetika.
Very relevant question, but just I want to check with everyone. Can you hear me? Am I audible? No. Okay. All right, because I'm just not very comfortable holding this in my hand. Okay, before I answer your question, I'll give you a very real, situation that happened a week back. One of my friend, she came to me and she said that she lost some money. There was something that has gone out of her bank. And I said, how can that happen? Have you given your access to somebody or whatever? So we did a lot of, detailed discussion, tried to figure it out what happened. So you would be really surprised to know what happened. She joined a new gym, and in that particular gym, it was mandatory for her to give her Aadhaar card and everything. And to enter the gym, you have to punch your thumb. That goes everything, You've given your access to them. Do you really know how are they protecting the data that they're taking from you? Who has used that data? So when I say that this is a very, a relevant question, because as the AI is getting embedded in our security ecosystem, the line between protection and intrusion is starting to blur. So when we say this, the first risk that I feel is the erosion of privacy. These AI surveillance systems basically track and, analyze people at a level which was never happened before. So, and specifically without taking your consent, most of the time. Have you given your consent to distribute your data anywhere? Anybody can use it? No, right? So if this is not managed properly, people can start thinking that they are being watched rather than protected, right? And this basically turns the preventive, security into a continuous surveillance. The second, which I feel, is the algorithmic bias, because AI actually learns from the historic data, right? So this data, and they drive whatever they are going to do is basically on the basis of whatever data they have. Now, this reflects a lot of human bias. So at times, the decision taken by the AI could be unfair and could be, unaccountable for. And the third thing is the accountability. That's the most important thing. What if AI wrongly, detects somebody as a threat? Okay, what will happen? Which means it is going to be the consequence is going to be very, very, serious, reputationally as well as legally. Who is going to take the accountability of it? The machine, the developer, or the organization which is basically using it? So in my opinion, these are the three major threats. There are many others, but these are the major three threats which basically are very prevalent. Everybody has to use, you cannot shy away from doing it. You will have to use it. It's the need of the hour, but you have to manage it properly. So the most important thing is the security. Without a trust is insecurity. So we have to manage it. That's my take on it.
Thank you, Geetika. I think you spoke well on this subject, which is, it's one of the risks we are looking at going forward. So transparency is very important as far as the AI is concerned. And I think the right usage, the right controls over it, the right usage so that it doesn't get misused, and also minimizing the errors which are likely to be there. Like she said, there can be a case of somebody not being a person of interest and being flagged as a person of interest and being blacklisted somewhere, inconvenienced somewhere. It can lead to a lot of legal and regulatory litigations and things like that. So these are certain things where to watch out for. Now coming to my next esteemed panelist, Jitender. The question is, now let's come down to a little more to operational things which concern you and me on a day-to-day basis. You come from a healthcare industry. So I would like to ask you, how is AI becoming part of the day-to-day functioning of modern security teams which are functioning on the ground? And what are the risks? I will just take Geetika's response forward. And what are the risks and responsibilities an organization should look at while implementing it on ground?
Well, I can see the counter ticking 13 minutes or so. So I'll not unnecessarily, repeat what my co-panelists have already explained. We are at a juncture where there's a very thin line between the cyber and physical security teams. Naturally, when AI and AI-based efficient tools and models and equipments are being brought into the operations, it increases our efficiency by largely automating the security operation centers. I jotted down 4 or 5 points, out of which, 2 or 3 are already covered by Colonel Madhok and Gitika. I would like to add that, advanced threat detection and behavioral analytics, which they have covered, vulnerability management, alert triaging. You'll be surprised, in healthcare we do patient triaging. And here, with the help of AI, we are doing the alert triaging. So that is done. Phishing and fraud prevention, automated incident response, predictive security and threat intelligence, and at the end, identity and access management. Now, having said that, the Security Operations Center gives a lot of inputs to the physical security team, and on ground, our people, just like any efficient QRT, plug those risk points by providing timely response. Like I heard Colonel Madhok talking about a lot of crowd going into the stadium or any airport. Just imagine a situation wherein a crowd of around 50 or 100 odd people enters the hospital lobby and tries to force its way to the ICU because one of their patients is sick. So the threat detection and input to the physical security team and response by physical security team is essential, ensuring that we provide seamless healthcare services to the patient. So that is there. That is the first part of the answer. Second part, the risk and responsibility. Risk part is covered largely. Responsibility, I would like to reiterate. I believe AI is as good as the data which is being fed, supervised or unsupervised, whatever. So ensuring that the data which is being fed or the data pipeline is safe is it's utmost important. First thing. Second thing, the usage of AI, its ethical governance is far more essential. Ensuring, sometime back there was a data leak in the AIMS. Imagine if a patient's data is leaked and the patient is a high value dignitary, what is going to happen? If we go back to history, we now know that Muhammad Ali Zinda, he had a tumor, a cancer in his lungs. Just imagine, he was diagnosed, I think, 8 or 9 months before the partition. Had this data been leaked by his physician, the history of this subcontinent would have been different. But again, the medical ethic prevented, that physician to, inform rest of the world that, he is having a lung cancer or a tumor in his lung. So ensuring that ethical governance is important, and I think that's where the organizations are actually liable to create SOPs and protocols to ensure that the AI is used ethically. Yes, that the DPDP Act also, covered a lot of aspect on this, and I believe the conformity to that aspect is essential. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jitendra. I think certain personal insight from the healthcare industry was also very good examples you gave for, so people can understand it better. Now I'll come to Captain Punya. Again, we're going to talk about the social impact. I'm going to request him to talk about the social impacts. Let's talk about the positive social impacts. What are the positive social impacts which might result from AI-enhanced security practices, such as increased safety or reduced human error? So I would like you to take on this question.
Thank you, sir. The first and the foremost thing which I would like, audible?
Yes, sir.
Is that AI should, we should be expanding, or it has already been expanded, and it is not only restricted to physical security. Predominantly, it is managing the risk, which includes a business continuity, which includes a crisis management, and it is not only restricted to corporates. The best part is every state government is using AI in a bigger and a more better way compared to any of the corporates here today. First thing and foremost is safer communities. AI has helped to keep the communities and the public spaces safe. And it has been proven, it has been tested. And to highlight few examples, if we all recollect, or if we know, if somebody doesn't know, new AI-enabled video surveillance systems were deployed in one of the temples in Lucknow, which is being visited by people at a very high rate. The crowd management is very difficult. And one of the main analytics which they fed into it is to check the behavioral changes in people while they are entering the temple, first thing. Second thing, how frequently one person is coming. Third, is that person first time or the second time, or what number of times? Which gave them the analysis and predict if that person with a criminal record, if he is entering the temple, is he trying to create something. So that is being a proactive measure to keep the community safe. That is one part. The second is AI is helping communities which are more vulnerable for any form of safety security. And when I say communities or group, it is not only restricted to human beings, it is also animals. And a very best example is from the Kerala Forest Department. They have created a concept called Aranya. I'm forgetting their acronym, exact details. So basically, they were trying to prevent the tribals who are on the periphery of the forest from wild animals. But while dealing with it, they started looking at the pattern at which the wild animals is moving into the habitation of civilization, thereby reducing the conflict between human and animals. And this is being now replicated into all major national parks in the country. So we were trying to prevent ourselves from the animals. Suddenly we found that we can also save the animals from us. These were the two major things. Third was on the crisis management part. We all know how AI is being used today by all the state governments, the corporates, the IMDs of predicting how crisis can be prevented, how people can be evacuated, what will be the amount or what will be the intensity of a landfall of a cyclone, at which position it will fall, how many people are there. So it gives the government, the corporates, the NGOs a bigger hand in evacuating people or saving life in a bigger and a more organized manner. There are thousands of plus points, there are thousands of positive points which AI can give. As everybody of us we discuss is that, like nuclear energy, just sir bought out few times earlier. Everything has got two sides of a coin, it's a head and a tail. We need to choose what we want to do with the present technology. I just highlighted three major things, examples, just to give how our government is working. And it is not restricted to major cities. Small little suburbs like Kalyan, Dombivilis, and places where we don't think an AI video surveillance system can work, they are coming with 96% of success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Punya. I think the clock is ticking. We have just time for one more question. So this question, I will request all our esteemed panelists to just say a few comments on them very briefly, because this is a very important aspect. You know, we spoke about AI, the power of AI, the risks, the responsibilities. So how important is it to establish clear governance mechanisms on to ensure responsible use of AI in the security settings? So Punya, let's start from you. Just few words in interest of time.
First of all, sir, it is awareness and communication which is very, very important. If, say, 30 years back when the ATM was being introduced into the Indian financial system, people were not aware how to use an ATM. The same thing today goes with the digital payment, the same thing goes with the advanced system of AI, which is getting into our lives slowly. Every day we are getting one bits and pieces. So that's awareness and communication of citizens is very, very important to keep AI in check.
I think more than regulation, because that will come inevitably in good time, more than regulation, the info security industry as such needs to figure out what kind of safeguards we need to develop and deploy. You know, there is already something in vogue called adversarial AI, which is essentially using one AI against another, or using your AI against you itself. And it's not going to be long before the bad actors try using UI for exactly the same use cases for which we are trying to protect ourselves with AI. Data poisoning is already a concept where bad actors can poison your data so that your AI will give you misleading results and you would believe them to be true, So all of that is already happening, and I don't think the government can do much about it. It's the industry which will have to pitch in first and develop safeguards and guardrails around how we want to safeguard our own data sets, our own labeled data sets, data centers, our networks, etc. Because at the heart of any AI today or even 10 years from now is going to be a labeled data set. You need to protect it like the lifeblood of any AI. If that gets corrupted, then the whole thing becomes open to manipulation.
I'll take this. In fact, what I feel is that to do this, what you just said, it's very, very important to have, upskilling of the people who are going to use the AI. And that's very important. We have guards in command centers, right? Are we actually focusing on the upskilling of these people? Because they are the people who are going to, basically interpret the AI insights, the abnormalities or the questions. They should be able to question the anomalies as well. Because the core lies behind the reasoning and the judgment that they're going to take. So human intervention is always important. That's where we all have to make sure that our people are, upskilled.
All said and done, thousands of years back, Chanakya once said that your best friend has got the potential to become your toughest and worst enemy. The same goes for AI. Rest my co-panelists have covered.
Thanks a lot. I think the panel summed it up very well. I'd like to quote from Spider-Man. Spider-Man once said, with great power comes great responsibility. So I think we can sum this whole discussion as per that. What are the powers of AI? I think it has been brought out quite adequately in this thing. Firstly, there is no human intervention. It is, by design, it is more efficient. Secondly, the accuracy of data is, it's very good. If it is a well-trained AI machine, the accuracy of data will be near, we've seen it in our daily lives. Also, it is scalable, and this technology is going to get cheaper and cheaper as we go forward. It's going to, you can already see that it's accessible. It's got access to everybody. But it needs control, it needs safeguards, and like Geetika brought out a very valid point, in the security industry, we're talking about the lowest, we should start from the lowest denominator, that is the security guard or the person sitting in the command center. So I think for them to harness the power of AI and also to ensure that, that the entire system doesn't get misused or it doesn't get compromised, because again, you're handling people's data. So it's much easier for the data to get compromised, large volume of data to get compromised in the system, than a register getting stolen or some, standalone, some Excel sheet on a computer getting, misplaced here and there. So the risks are there, but with adequate safeguards, I think the security industry will only stand to gain. And if this is used in a responsible manner and in a way that we empower the lowest person in the scale and don't take things for granted, that, everybody knows about it and everybody will be able to do it. So, thank you. I think time is up, but I think we are open for few questions if the organizers permit. Yeah.
understood pretty well, I guess. Precisely that. Okay. That means they understood pretty well. Thank you. A picture, please. Aye. And thank you, sir, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, the gents. Thank you. Before we move ahead, I would once again take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our associate partner, RS Security. Our strategic partner is his Delhi chapter. Our knowledge partners, CAPSI and ICISSM. Our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Phantom, Billy Coffee, JustBot.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange of Media, and IWM Buzz. We have with us Jyotsna Ballaji, Chapter Secretary from Delhi Chapter of ACES International. Ma'am, I please join you for our next address, please. Let's welcome everybody. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, BW, for this collaboration. And from ASIS side, we assure that as an association, we're always there to support anything or everything which happens with us for the security industry. And we are very, very proud to be associated with BW Security. Thank you very much. Over to you. Thanks. Thanks.
We now move to a different section altogether. Our next keynote, it's on the new Cold War, how geopolitics is becoming a corporate risk map. And to share his views on the same, please join me in welcoming to the podium, to the stage, Major Gaurav P.S. Uppal, retired Chief Security Officer, PNB. I personally feel आप सबका जो experience, आप सबका जो औधा है, वो इससे ज़्यादा energy तो मांगता ही है. Let's try again. Thank you. So just in next slide, just whenever you want to change the slide, it's the next slide. You can also use this, the center green button.
Good afternoon, everyone. As already I've been introduced, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. And very rightly said, it's a very, very different kind of a topic. I am with Punjab National Bank for more than 2 decades now, and I had physical security. So this particular topic is there and everybody is aware about it. And it's a very, very relevant topic for everybody. Anybody who's working in any kind of a corporate or the government. But it has really come to the forefront right after our dear President Trump has started his antics. So now it's on the forefront, everybody is feeling the pinch of it. So I'm not a naturally expert of this, but I've done some research. So I'll be sharing my views with you. Now the idea that the world is a new Cold War arises from series of escalating geopolitical events that reflect intensifying rivalry among major powers, China and United States. The military spendings are at the highest since the Cold War, and they have increased with the outset of Russia and Ukraine war. Tensions have mounted over trade disputes, military buildups in the South China Sea, and competition of technological dominance. But notwithstanding that, US and China are the biggest trade partners. So that's the difference in the earlier Cold War and this new Cold War. Earlier Cold War was about ideology, communism versus capitalism, and they didn't do trade. Now they are the biggest trade partners, but the war is about technical dominance today. Today, the globe is shifting from unipolar to multi-axis disorder. After relatively 3 decades of stable scenario since the Cold War, the global landscape has shifted. Now China, Russia, North Korea, Iran are also contesting the status quo. The current global landscape is shaped by technological dominance, economic interdependence, and influence competition across emerging regions like Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. While China's rise is clear, regional powers like India, Brazil, Turkey, UAE, South Africa, and Indonesia are seeking to shape the regional and global dynamics. Economic interdependence, once seen as a stabilizing force, is increasingly being weaponized, as is seen in trade wars, sanctions, and deliberate decoupling of supply chain in critical industries. It's the culmination of fast-moving geographical local events which are further triggering slow-moving global stressors. Like climate change, power competition and inflation. A pointer to that would be, Houthi rebels are stopping Red Sea transportation. Whereas in English Channel, because of the climate, we are having problems in transportation. Currently, the line between global and local issues has been very, very blurred. As the world becomes more unstable, conflicts generally contained in one country are no longer isolated, creating risks for multinational organizations that the businesses are realizing now. In the new Cold War, geopolitics is becoming a corporate risk map through fragmentation of the global economy. Trade and finance are the new weapons now. Polycrisis, whether it is Ukraine, Russia, attack by Hamas on Israel, or even the violent regime changes in our neighbors, that is Nepal and Bangladesh. Any kind of business model is unstable. Rather than a simple bipolar rivalry, today geopolitical landscape is marked by competing powers and interconnected risks that threaten the business continuity and investments. They have the potential to impact the global economic outlook, influencing growth, inflation, financial markets, and the supply chains. Further, the growth of nationalism, protectionism, and populist movements in the recent years has created an environment of increasing uncertainty and could potentially lead to deglobalization, a reversal of globalization, or slowdown of globalization. Now the governments are keen to diversify their imports as a protective measure and reduce their dependence on a single trading partner. On the same lines, or similarly, they are seeking to diversify their export partners also, and moving away from the traditional partners and routes, and starting exploring new horizons, which were till now not even on the table. We are arguably in the most economic disruptive period in decades. Collaboration is the key to navigating this disruption. With geopolitics playing an increasingly important role in global business, it is critical now more than ever for companies and businesses to have a geopolitical risk analysis firmly embedded into their strategy and governance. Now the point is, what do we do about it? Business leaders today view geopolitical tensions as the biggest risk to economic growth. Given their fiduciary responsibilities, they tend to focus primarily onto the downsides of the same and ask such questions: which of my products' operations are geopolitically sensitive? At what point do I need to switch the suppliers? How much of my workforce needs visas? And how is it going to affect my productivity? It's important to craft risk and response plans to address those and other potential downsides. But even as they improve their resilience to shocks, business leaders should also focus on opportunities to risk-adjusted value creation. They must go beyond mitigating geographical risks to seizing the opportunity presented by the new world order. They should be seeking questions to themselves. As what will our competitors' product be less expensive because of the new tariffs or the taxes? What new alliances can create opportunities for them to grow or change their cost structure? Businesses need to invest in appointing geopolitical officers and set up a geopolitical intelligence units. These are the units that will provide early warnings to the CEOs of emerging events, develop strategies and response plans to empower the CEOs in time of crisis and protect their supply chains from external shocks. Now the need of the hour is to find opportunities in 3 areas in particular: accelerated growth, of course, optimizing business operations, and developing capabilities and strategies to address global disruption. Now, there's a need to find opportunities for commercial acceleration amid shifting global tensions and assess what growth is to them, their customers and competitors, and take decisions for acceleration or, on the other hand, rebalancing of the portfolios. Commercial acceleration in changing global conditions can be achieved by attracting new customers or increasing your market share. Opportunities may emerge where competitors are hit by tariffs which are disproportionate and increases the cost of their products. Or there may be opportunities with new trade agreements which were earlier not available. On the other hand, portfolio rebalancing. Due to geopolitical shocks, some of the segments which were very stable earlier may falter, and previously overlooked segments might represent new potentials. In optimizing of core business operations, leaders can boost operational resilience when they assess the degree to which geopolitical shifts can affect the cost effectiveness of their operations, including their relationship with suppliers, their global talent strategists, capabilities, and technological infrastructure. Now, the capabilities required for the geopolitical disruption. It's very important. It's one thing to know about the potential upsides or downsides of geopolitics, and it's entirely another to have the capability required to respond to them. Companies regularly monitor their regulatory taxes, local policies that affect their businesses. Now, they must monitor geopolitical risks also and economic policies in the countries which they are operating. We need to recognize the fact that actions in one country may beget reactions from other countries also. Organizations must have the foresight as well as the capabilities. But most of all, they must have the fortitude to seize opportunities amid volatility, complexity, and uncertainty. The effort is going to be worth it. The executives who think deeply and act on shifting world order today will be definitely market leaders tomorrow. Now, I'll shift our focus directly towards India. Geopolitical shifts are forcing Indian companies to navigate complex trade restrictions, supply chain disruptions, and financial volatility, while also presenting strategic opportunities. India's strategy of multiple alignment allows us to engage with competing power blocks on both sides. The key impact over Indian companies, the first is supply chain restructuring. Due to geopolitical tensions and trade restrictions involving China, many companies are diversifying their manufacturing and sourcing bases. India is the #1 contender in that. Companies like Dell, HP, Foxconn, Lenovo have been investing a lot in India, and we are expected to generate large employment and boost production. Disruptions in the Middle East have disrupted key trading routes, shipping routes, causing increased cost and time, pushing Indian companies to explore alternate routes and shift towards multiple modes of transportation. To address their supply chain vulnerabilities, now companies are building resilience through buffer stocking and localizing of sourcing. Companies like Tata, Vedanta, Dixon, to name a few, are already doing that. In trade and investment dynamics, diversification of trade partnerships to reduce dependence on volatile markets. The Indian government is actively pursuing free trade agreements with regions like European Union and the UK. This helps corporations expand their business and bases and mitigate risks from restrictions in any single region. India's neutral geopolitical stance, combined with strong domestic economic fundamentals, makes it an attractive destination for foreign direct investments. Foreign investments in manufacturing have been rising, benefiting sectors from electronics to defense. In financial volatility, geopolitical events have triggered foreign capital outflows, causing the rupee to depreciate. This has increased the cost of imports of oils, leading to fuel inflation. India is facing new tariffs from the US tied to Russian oil imports and other trade restrictions with the EU, prompting domestic economic measures that reducing of GST to offset the impact. With the wars like Russia-Ukraine, Israel-Gaza driving instability and polarizing alliances, the shift in US policy under President Trump, including the high tariffs and protectionist outlook, has further fragmented the global trade and supply chains. India has been largely impacted by this. It has made the investors risk averse. There's a temporary decline in the foreign portfolio investments in the emerging markets like India. Long-term FDIs, however, have proven to be more resilient. Now, if we talk about sector-specific, energy. Due to our dependence on energy imports and vulnerability to geopolitical conflicts, India is accelerating shift towards renewable energy through initiatives like National Green Hydrogen Mission. In defense, our emergence as a defense manufacturing hub is being boosted by increased domestic production and partnership with countries like UK and France. The increased demand for defense-related products is benefiting companies like HAL, BEL, BML, to name a few. Already Indian IT and pharma sector have significant global presence, and they often benefit from the depreciating rupee as their export services become cheaper. India has been doing a balancing act by leveraging multi-alignment to maintain autonomy, but faces pressure to choose sides in the US-China polarization deepens. India continues to purchase Russian defense equipment, but risks coming under US sanctions. India is also seeking to deepen partnerships with Indo-Pacific and European unions. Our participation in multilateral forums like BRICS, SCO, Quad is now more crucial, and its ability to balance competing demands shapes our global influence. The domestic production to boost the domestic production under the initiative Atmanirbhar Bharat, as India hedges against supply shocks, strengthens our self-reliance, particularly in critical and emerging technologies. India's approach to new Cold War is shaped by the need to guard its frontiers, sovereignty, and bolster national security, while seizing opportunities also. This is the time when India needs to collaborate and innovate with the right partners to succeed. To finally sum up, geopolitical disruptions are becoming more frequent and complex. Indian corporates must transition from reactive to proactive risk management focusing on resilience, diversification and strategic alignment. Those who adopt early will gain the competitive advantage and will be able to protect our long-term values. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaurav. You brought out totally different perspective. In fact, last week only I was attending another session which you brought out that companies need to have a geopolitical expert. Because geopolitical, everybody thinks that they know geopolitics. It's not something very simple. There are a lot of implications on whatever is happening, whether in particular sector or in the whether it deals with energy, pricing, or IT sector or metal sector, which sector will be affected. So companies can be agile, companies can be dynamic, and accordingly they can plan. I think a lot of points we have covered, and especially from Indian perspective, they need to think we have most of the Fauji's here, and they can really do slightly more study and be part of this. Another option is there as a geopolitical expert in corporate sector. Thank you so much, Major.
Thank you, sir.
So just want to add, in not only geopolitical, even geostrategical, concepts are also nowadays being asked. And, just recently we've done a survey for almost 5 sites, and where, even the local panchayats were also approached to obtain necessary information. So that is the level of deep information every corporate is now asking. Whichever they want to set up a new business somewhere, they are planning to go and, buy out certain firms. So they first want to know whether the business is going to withstand the turns of time and, all those points which you mentioned. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Chaliye, that was a keynote address on the new Cold War, how geopolitics is becoming a corporate risk map. From that, we move on to our next panel discussion, which is from CCTV to GPT, the collision of tech and security. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same while they set the stage for this. Lieutenant Colonel Dinesh Singh, retired head, Regional Fire Safety and Security, North and East Bluefield Properties. Also on this panel is Colonel Abhijit Singh, Country Security Coordinator, India, Aga Khan Development Network. Joining them is Major Ranjan Bhatia, retired Manager, Security, PNB. Joining them is Sohan Pal Yadav, DGM, Security and Vigilance, Avada Energy. And this panel will be chaired by Major General Sanjay Soy, retired ED, Center for Defense Analysis and Homeland Security Research, Vavatsa Foundation, and Special Director, Binary Global. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everybody. Thank you. Absolutely, sir.
Thank you so much, Businessworld, for the opportunity, and I'm happy to have very young panelists. I'm the only one with gray hairs, I think, and 65 plus. But always, especially with a topic like from CCTV to GPT, you need to have a young mind. You cannot, our era is gone, and even if we keep talking that yes, we are very modern, we know everything, but our thought processes can never be same with the way these people think. So, in fact, I would like to highlight here that Colonel Arun Hariharan, Colonel Ravi Madhok, and their panel have discussed a lot of things which we were to highlight. So a lot of technical issues have already been covered. We'll not repeat those. We'll focus more on experiences. We'll focus more on the whatever has happened in the corporate sector. So just basically, I would like to say in 1 minute or 2 minutes, I will not take much, that now the CCTVs, as you know, have moved on from just a recording and passive mode to the active mode, proactive mode, and which is need of the hour, because उसका फायदा कुछ नहीं जब अब पछतावे क्या हो जब चिड़िया चुग गई खेत. तो एक बार इंसिडेंट हो गया, चोरी हो गई, लूट गया, उसके बाद फायदा कुछ नहीं. बिकॉज बिफोर एनी मेजर इंसिडेंट, बिफोर एनी मेजर क्राइम, every gang, every criminal, every terrorist carries out a detailed recce, thorough recce. That is where AI-driven CCTVs, GPT makes it possible to predict us, to analyze well in time and give warning, and then prevent losses, prevent any kind of incident. That is the aim of CCTV. There is no point after the incident has taken place. Yes, it helps in capturing the culprits, it helps in tracking, but definitely it is always better. Prevention is better than cure. So we go ahead with this. Before we start, I think I'll request the panelists, young panelists, to give the brief introduction one by one. Yeah, from left to right. Yeah, Colonel Dinesh.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Dinesh. I'm an army veteran of 22 years, post which I did my management from FMS and did a stint of entrepreneurship for 3 years. Then I joined the Bureau of Police for another 2 years, and now with a multinational for the last 4 years. And I head the fire safety and security of the North and East region of Brookfield Properties. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Abhijit. Again, a military veteran, 23 years in the armed forces, and I'm young in the security domain because it's just been 2 years for me to transition. Immediately after my transitioning, I joined the Vedanta Group as CSO for one of the manufacturing plants based out of Chhattisgarh. And for the last 1 year, now I am looking after the country's security and safety issues for Aga Khan Development Network. So for all of those who still are wondering what it is, it's a development agency which also has multiple profit-making businesses, and as we progress, I'll definitely explain what are the use cases, how we've been able to exploit technology in improving our security. So that's about it for the now.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Major Ranjan Bhatia. I served in the army for 10 years and retired in 2022. After that, I joined Punjab National Bank in the year 2023. And I am a member of Bureau of Indian Standards, International Standards Organization, and International Electrotechnical Commission, where I am representing our bank in the surveillance equipment like cash safes, CCTV cameras, biometric access control systems, gold safes, currency chests, lockers, FRRC, FRFC, etc. And it has been a very fruitful journey, and I hope to continue here itself. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Sonpal Yadav. So I started my career with Reliance Industries Limited in 2007. After 10 years service at different location, I moved to Suzuki car manufacturing in Mehsana. Then after I started my own venture, private limited. But then COVID came into picture. Then again changed the strategy. I joined Cadbury Mondelez International up to 2 years in Baddi location. Then I joined Vedanta Limited and I was located in Goa. It was a Sesa Goa business, iron ore business. And recently I switched to new organization. It is Avada Energy. So right now I am associated with the Avada Energy. We are producing green energy through solar and wind, some more other ventures, and looking after their pan-India operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, panelists, for your brief introduction. You kept it really brief. So, in the earlier panel discussion, Captain Panda had highlighted of some benefits of integrating AI and generative tools into security. Colonel Vijit, I would request you to add on to that, and also share some examples if you have any from efficiency, situational awareness, decision support. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Since morning, the panelists and the keynote speakers have spoken how security has transformed from seeing to sensing, from technology as a tool to technology as a teammate, and Captain Sanjay in the morning mentioned that now the technology is predictive and intelligent. How we're able to capture it is through convergence of technology and the physical measures which we have. I'll talk about few use cases with my little bit of experience in the corporate, which has helped us to improve efficiency, has helped us to gain situational awareness, that to real time, and thereby facilitating our core issues which every security professional looks like. My first example would be, we manage a museum based out of Delhi, which has a footfall of almost 3,000 to 5,000 on a daily basis, and on weekends it doubles the capacity. And for a security professional, the three pillars for us to safeguard are firstly keeping the artifacts safe, secure. Second is ensuring that all our visitors who visit are safe. And third, have a good visitor experience when they are moving around the museum. How we've addressed this was very simple. We utilized AI-based cameras and analyzed all the inputs, starting from how much time people are spending on a particular artifact. It sounds very mundane, but it helped us to reorganize the artifacts, because sometimes we saw that almost 50 to 60 people are clinging to an artifact and not able to get the real feel of that artifact. So we reorganized it, placed the artifact in a manner that it's 360 coverage, so more people can look at it. One of the dangers for us is defacing of artifacts. So what we did, we started using the behavioral analysis which Captain Panda also spoke about. So we could gauge the temperament of the visitors who are coming and alert the guards at the same time that X is roaming around artifact 3 or 4, please be a little careful. We also analyzed what time of the day more people are coming and what are lean periods. So we organized our security professionals who are guarding the artifacts or who are in the museum accordingly. If I talk about generating situational awareness, as I mentioned, behavioral analysis we carried out. Second was anyone moving towards the restricted areas. So that was second thing which we did. If I talk about decision making, so we clubbed our emergency services with AI-based cameras. So in case there is any issue of hazard within the museum itself, we are able to integrate the cameras and the AI, which can prompt and safeguard the visitors to the safest assembly point. And at the same time, we had lights which can highlight the path which the visitors have to take. So this is one example from the museum how we've tried to use technology. We also have almost 27 schools in the country. One of them is a residential school which has almost 700 plus students and also international students. For us, the security of that complex is of utmost importance. So what we did, again, access control to the student facilities using facial recognition, gender recognition, especially for the student residents and also the restrooms. Then we again did behavioral analysis for seeking any student under pressure, or do we need to have a word with them, because there are a lot of cases of harassment and bullying in the schools. So we went to that level also. In my previous organization, which was totally a manufacturing setup, we converted the database of all the intrusion attempts to our plant and the theft attempts to our plant for the last 5 years. Analyzed it with the help of technology, gauged what time of the day the intrusion attempts took place, what was the location from where the intrusion attempts took place, what time, what weather conditions, what season, whether it's close to a festival or it's at wee hours of the day. We could analyze everything and then improve our situational awareness. It gave us prompts, so we knew that, okay, during Diwali, it's the time when the thefts or intrusion attempts are going to be risen. So we placed our technology and physical measures accordingly, and we were able to carry out 100% reduction in theft in 1 year's time and probably 80% reduction in the intrusion attempts. So this is how we've utilized technology in various use cases of whatever our speakers have spoken since morning. We just wanted to share a few use cases with you all.
Wonderful, Abhijit. In fact, AI is a weapon, it is a power with you. How you use it, that is very important. You need to analyze, you need to identify how to use it. That's very good examples he has given, that carry out the data mining, identify the vulnerable areas, identify the places, and then accordingly modify and be dynamic in your deployments. Wonderful examples, Vijit. And next I'll come to you, Major Ranjan. Do you think AI-driven tools like GPT can eventually replace certain human decision-making roles in security, or will they remain assistive? Explore the human-machine balance, share some examples, or if you have implemented something in your bank, in Punjab National Bank.
So I'll give a one-liner to this question, that AI never gets tired, humans do. Coming to our banking industry, we are implementing AI in a huge way. At present, we are operating our gold loan vaults, cash vaults, and currency chests with the help of artificial intelligence. Like the authorized personnel who is authorized to access these vaults are firstly given access only by the artificial intelligence camera, which captures their image, and then a OTP is sent on their mobile. And when the verification code is given by the person, then only the access is granted to the vault. This is how we are controlling the access control system to the vaults at the pan-India level in our bank. Secondly, coming on to the gold loan dispersal at our branches, we are using AI to audit if all the SOPs and compliance have been followed by the staff when they are disbursing a gold loan. Whether did they get it checked from the Johari, whether did they get the certificate of hallmark from the customer, or if there are any lacunas, then the audit can tell us that this was the lacuna and we can rectify it whenever the next dispersal is being done. We are using AI in branches and ATMs. How? Any person who is carrying a weapon enters into a branch, we get an alert that this person is carrying a weapon. And at the same time, the alert also goes to the local police that you need to act. And this is how we have been able to reduce any kind of burglary, robbery, theft which are happening in banks, branches and ATMs. Another example of crowd management or queue management. If a teller is not sitting on his seat for more than 2 minutes, an alert is generated to the staff and the bank manager that the teller is not there on the seat. If there is not a major problem, then it should be identified and the customer should not be left waiting. Any gathering of more than 5 people is given, there is an alert on the system that a crowd management problem is there in your branch or the ATM. So we rectify that by giving an alert to the local authorities or the branch manager who takes care of it. A person entering an ATM with a mask and carrying a weapon, he is not allowed to do so as per Indian laws. Now, how do we take care of this? There is a speaker in the ATMs. When the alert is generated that a person is carrying a weapon in the ATM, from the speaker, the centralized monitoring system, a supervisor is sitting who alerts that you are being monitored and the local police is on the way. So you need to go off from here. So the burglar is threatened and he leaves the place. By using the AI, we have been significantly able to reduce the robbery attempts, theft attempts in our banks, ATMs and branches. Thank you.
I think very interesting, and I also learned a lot. I am learning, in fact, with every example since morning, there is a lot of learning for me too. And with this, I move to Mr. Sonpal. How do you see convergence between physical security systems like CCTV, access control, and AI platforms like GPT, predictive models, influencing unified threat management? Share your experience also in case you have any. You have a lot of experience in very big companies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. And here I would like to thanks to BMW Security World Forum as well, who gave this opportunity. So before going to the answer of question, I will just add one point in the point which mentioned by sir, that prevention is better than cure. There is some addition that prevention is not only better than cure, it is cheaper than cure. It is also cheaper than cure. एक old movie there was a dialogue कि देश की उन सरहदों को कोई छू नहीं सकता जिन सरहदों की निगरान है आंखें. So our CCTVs are those eyes. Now the question is that, as sir told, कि भाई फिर पछता के क्या करेंगे जब चिड़िया चुग गई खेत. So the question is that कि what kind of feed is coming? What you want to take from that feed, and is your team is able to get the right time alert, right time action? That is much more important. And I would also add that a leader or a team or any organization is as good as his weakest link. Yani ki our operator, our guard who is performing duty in the ground, how sound he is, how we are ensuring his training. So definitely this is an era when organizations are working very large scale. For example, if I tell you from my current organization, so sir, we are monitoring more than 250 sites of the renewable energy. And in renewable, it is a different kind of challenge. Sometimes you have to take a agency of somewhere who has help in the business of not that level. Now you have to work with those agencies, those guys who are local, at least to come up to that level. So this synchronization between the CCTV, using of the GPT and the AI in the analytics is very much important. So first of all, it is nowadays it is reactive to proactive approach. For example, one incident happened last time. So what was the learning of that incident? If our CCTV, our ecosystem is trained in that way, so they may give you the pre-alerts. Okay, now the gathering is increasing. Now from the 2 kilometer of your gate, if for example 2 jeeps are coming and 2 boleros are coming and people are filled in that boleros, 25-30 log aa rahe hain, 25-30 aapke gate pe, they can co-link, they can give you the trigger. So as far as you will be getting the information, you can make your strategy. Another point, for example, there is a person who is blacklisted due to any reason in your organization, manufacturing site and corporate. So if you have a smart system and you have given the field of those blacklisted guys to the system, and in any case after 3 months, 4 months or 2 years, that guy came into your vicinity with someone, the guards might have changed because there is a lot of attrition in the security. The system will give you alert. Now, the mix of technology and human is required because it may be the dynamics has been changed and CEO itself called that guy for business purpose, or may have the government has changed, dynamics have shifted. He may be there exploring, he's helped to explore new area, acquisition of the land or anything. So this mix is required. Another point, when you are having a large scale of data to analysis, so this kind of tools and technologies are required to be used. Another point, it enhances the capability of your command center because everywhere it is a cost. One of the biggest issue in any corporate is that every management, you can say leadership, they want a response from a guard like a ACP Pradyuman in the CID serial. But if we are paying, so it is a minimum wage. If you are recommending some allowance, some extra skill, so there is a very big, you can say, dope up over there. So you have to convince them. So the capable team you are having, the more capable team you are having, the more you would be able to mitigate the risk. And for example, you have a more than 2,000 cameras. With one operator or two operator, you can't monitor and you cannot get the details. But you have a right technology. Those guys are good trained. So you can give that output to the management. And this also help to train your team, because training is a continuous process. You have to train your people, you have to refresh them, you have to identify the new threats. Yes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sonpal. Very good example, especially from industry. And any loss saved is a profit earned for a corporate world. That is what point we have to convey. And predictive analysis is very, very good. Earlier we used to hear CCTV recording where who will do the audit. You keep recording. Nobody was doing the audit of CCTV. Now it is automated. So a lot of efforts have also been saved. I will now come to Colonel Dinesh. That what are the biggest risks? I think Ms. Geetika Wahi had brought out some risks. That what are the biggest risks and unintended consequences of adopting AI in security, particularly around bias, misinformation, or misuse of data?
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak.
One more thing, yeah. I will also ask in between some examples from the audience also, because most of you have rich resource and a lot of experiences. So we may seek your experiences also in between.
At the outset, disclaimer, whatever I'm expressing is my personal views and nothing of the past or the present organization. I'll be maybe using some use cases which are very generic in nature. Firstly, there are three components to what sir has asked. There is the risk and the undesirable outcomes in terms of bias, in terms of misinformation, and in terms of misuse of data. So I'll tackle the first one, bias. Here, we all talk about, see, when we talk about physical security as such, specifically, we talk about the deterrence, the detection, the denial, the delay, and then the response. And this PCD cycle goes on, right? So how do we kind of, make it smooth and, make it more efficient? It's all about the people, the process, the technology, and the infra or the resources which you have, and a mix of that. And now with this, we talk about infusing AI into the system, right? That intelligent kind of thing, which was there earlier also, but yes, it has been redefined in many ways, more than one. So what are the risks and what would be the negative outcomes or the undesirable outcomes in some cases would be like, if you go to the AI modeling, in basic, it's all about, input and output and some kind of a model and some kind of algorithms in between. So as we say, garbage in, garbage out. You put whatever raw, unstructured, dark data you put, if it is not cleaned, if it has not been, collected well, and make it meaningful, it cannot do much about it. So the first bias is about your, the quality of data you're picking up, whether it's relevant, whether it's from that sector, the segment, or from that domain you want to, right? And then putting the right kind of the algorithms. In that also, we have another bias. Algorithm can be biased when you are unsure about what would be your outcome, right? What is the scope of your, requirement? So that algorithm bias can take place. And thirdly, when you take the data set from a very monotonous, group of data sets, you'll be getting a result of monotonous data sets. So you have to define what kind of mix of data you would require, because AI is not that intelligent because it's a co-pilot. You have to pilot yourself. It's going to help you in piloting. Today we talk about ChatGPT, GPT-5. It'll give you that kind of a, a ready-made answer in that context. But then it is for you to put the emotion, it is for you to put the relevance, it is for you to put the right context and the significance out of it. So that's one in the biasness. And we talk about misinformation. Yes, it's a big thing. The smartphone we carry, today, is one of the most powerful weapon we have. Let's not get into that social media warfare or a deep fake or whatever misinformation campaign. But quickly, I would say, if the AI insecurity is not controlled, one consequence which would be in the realm of misinformation is false positive, wherein there is no object, but my alarm has been activated. And the opposite of that is a false negative, wherein the object is there, be it animal, man, or whatever object you want to detect or deter or deny or whatever, and the alarm does not go off. So it leads to wrong detection or non-detection and loss of resources and all those cost-benefit analysis, be it in terms of direct or indirect cost. And also, we talk about this deep fakes, which if not controlled, at some point in time can actually propagate and make it very, very disastrous for any one of us. For example, I'll give you one use case wherein one of the asset, in my domain, was having smoke out of the DG set. Somebody passing by said the asset is on fire, and he puts a caption there. So now that becomes uncontrollable. So as one small, silly, unambiguous or unintended mistake can lead to a very disastrous result if not thought about. Now the third part, what Sir has mentioned, is the misuse of data. Now that was misinformation, now this is misuse. See, we all talk about the personally identifiable information, PII, right? And a lot of sensitive information about myself, when we talk about Aadhaar or RFID tag or FASTag or whatever we have. A lot of information is there in the system. Now, how do we kind of protect them? That should not fall into wrong hands, to prevent those breaching. And yes, the privacy issues concerned with that. And also the surveillance and the profiling which can be carried out en masse if not checked. So these are three things which can happen in case if the AI model or this thing is not being governed well. It has got this risk and undesirable outcomes. Thank you, sir.
Very well said, Kishan. In fact, you rightly said garbage in, garbage out. So artificial intelligence, ultimately artificial, it is not intelligence. So whatever you feed, whatever we feed, we get that kind of output only. That's very, very important. And with the malicious intentions, a lot of countries are doing that. A lot of people are like deep fakes, fake information, fake feeding, all these things are going on. However, in security field, we need to understand, as most of the speakers have shared their experiences, that ultimately it is your own intelligence and how you use the AI, how we use this power, that matters a lot. In fact, we are left with very little time. We will not go for the second round of questions. We'll seek the examples from the audience in case somebody wants to share the audience. And I also wanted to welcome Kuwar Vikram Singh. Good to see you here, sir, in the audience. Anyone wants to share any example from your industry or, yes, somebody is there. Can we have the mic there? Yes.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself is Kailash Pasa from Nayara Energy Limited, sir. So I am looking after the security automation in the refinery. So I am looking after brought out the point that whatever the our basic tool from CCTV to GPT, but then the enabling the last man, the guard who is standing on the gate, has to be looking into that, because the ultimate enabling of the whole change management would be start from there. So I will give a small example saying that how, because most of the fear in the guards is like AI आ रहा है, मेरी job चली जाएगी. So that fear is there. I think everyone might be facing. And now the one small thing which I will give an example, as you said that sharing example, we have everyone knows that risk in the plant area of oil and gas sector, refinery. So entering with the mobile in that area has always been a challenging. So we used to have a guard managing the plant gates with the mobile. And then we brought in there is a mobile locker. Just I think 1 year back we had brought in, and then now he feel comfort that okay, my unproductive work has been given there, and then now I am looking into the more security aspects rather managing transactions into that. So he feel enabled and he feel more connected to the journey. Might be a 50-year plus person or a 45 plus, but he will be still not comfortable other than mobile to the technology, but he feels comfortable with the technology. So I think this is the one aspect which we all should look into, that the whatever technology we bring in, the last 10% need to be connected well on change management aspects.
Thank you so much. What's your name? I could not get your name.
Kailash Pathak.
Kailash Pathak. Thank you so much. Very well said. That last man need to be trained. We keep upgrading our technology, but unless we empower our team, unless we train our team, there's no point. We cannot make use of that technology. Like Ranjan had brought out, Abhijit had brought out, that ultimately you need to have a different way how to use the technology. Then only we can have it. In the end, like what you have brought out and others have brought out, this is what we have at present. But we need to be prepared. What will happen after a decade? If we think of that, so can we have your views one by one, say crystal gazing in the future? How do you visualize the next decade of security technology, and what aspects should the security world await, and what challenges should be catered for?
Should I say?
One by one we can just have quick.
Firstly, I just would like to add one thing here. AI is not going to take away our job. If you are AI enabled, you have to use AI. There's no two ways about it in any domain. It will just, it is just an assistant. That's why we call it co-pilot. You are the pilot. The AI is the co-pilot. But the decision you have to take, you can get so many examples about it. Even your Tesla autonomous car and all, they cannot drive autonomously, by the way. You have to give input where you're going. Anyway, we'll not dwell more on that. The future of this thing, the AI, I would slightly differ from this word called collision. It's not a collision, it's a synergy between your physical security and the artificial intelligence and the machine learning and what else we have. Now, I believe somewhere around 2050, the AI would be, the generative AI would be so very refined that it may even surpass what a human being can think. That's what the industry says. And there are a couple of examples wherein IBM has a case study with a human, debater, Mr. Natarajan, wherein finally the human debater won the a debate on some topic which I won't remember now. So coming to what Sir was mentioning, the challenge would be about the humongous amount of data we're getting from all the devices, like your IoT, you talk about IoT, Internet of Things, all devices, you talk about a global device system. Those feeds are going to come, you have to kind of, select, collect, collate, and context them in the right in actual real-time scenario to give you the output so that you can take that right decision. In that, the challenges would be, more of the cloud and IoT security, your biometric security, your security of other sensitive informations, and then the quantum security technology breaches and all those things. That's what I can think of.
So I think very, very quick points, point-wise, no explanation.
So what excites me about the future is that how technology will transform itself to give professionals the inputs, how those inputs are interpreted by the algorithm or the tools which we manufacture, and how, based on those inputs which the algorithm is transformed, humans take the decision. However, what my challenge is, what Neil sir mentioned in his presentation also with a quote, that I want AI to do my laundry and my cooking and not my writing. We need to rule the AI and not vice versa. So these are my concluding thoughts.
Wonderful. Yeah, Ranjan.
I think the future in security is the integration of physical security and cyber security, which we are seeing the change as of now. And I'll just give a one-liner that everything can be automated, but not without human assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Without take much time, would add just one point. It is right, you can say, connection and fitment. I will give just an example. Safety department observed a lot of violations is reporting of safety, helmet, seat belt, etc., etc. They have just enabled the cameras, existing cameras with some AI tools, analytics, and the daily basis around 5,000 alerts are coming. And the data is showing that in so-and-so yard, so-and-so drivers without seat belt, without safety helmet, without safety shoes. Once we are checking the video, banda dikh hi nahi raha hai, itna sa hai. Because they have given that input to existing camera. Then we discuss with the vendor, discuss with the management, ki if you need to take action, at least you have to identify the vehicle. Which vehicle is doing the safety violation, traffic violation, who is the person who is repeatedly doing the things. So right fitment is absolutely required in current scenario as well as in the future scenario. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, panelists. Wonderful points. And I would like to add here this human intelligence will always remain supreme, definitely, because the kind of ingenuity we always have, and AI should remain subservient to us, and they should only assist us. Autonomy has an issue of ethics, because then there's a feeding of data. What kind of data is fed into it? There's garbage in, garbage out, which they had brought out. Well said, and thank you so much, panelists, and thank you so much, audience. In case there's anything, we can take on the questions. Do we have time?
No, no questions.
Okay, then we'll have questions during break, some break. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A pic, please. And thank you, sir, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one, it's a keynote on the changing face of security. What lies ahead? And to share his views on the same, we're being joined by a defense and security expert and international TEDx speaker, Major Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah, a veteran. But before I welcome him on the stage, I just want to know that any idea. So I've been told he has delivered the most TEDx talks across the globe. Any idea how many? A random guess. No, this is not about everybody. Any random guesses? How many TEDx talks has he delivered across the globe? No, I don't know. Random guess. Take a guess, sir. 500. I love the optimism, sir. But over 100. Please join me in welcoming Major Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah. Sir. Oh, louder one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. All right. Good evening, everyone. Jai Hind. I want to first ask you all that how many of you have never experienced fear in your entire life? The Lebanese poet called Khalil Gibran, he wrote these 4-5 lines from the Prophet on paper. And what he wrote was, it is said
coexisted together. In fact, I had the honor of meeting Colonel Dinesh, in fact, some time back over here. So मैं सर को देख के पहचान गया, सर आप माइते हैं, and we all heard him speak so well over here. And सर बल्कि entrance पे हमारा एक again मणिपुरी दोस्त था, वो पहचान गया. I was very very happy. He recognized me. And the biggest compliment, I'll end over here, lastly. I'll end on this. You know, I was taking a metro from MG Road to Rajiv Chowk. And there were 3 boys from Manipur who just happened to recognize me through my TV analysis or through YouTube or whatever. And they came with me, selfie kijai, they came with me all the way to Rajiv Chowk where I changed my metro and they came there. फिर बाद में U-turn काट के आए. And every station I would go, there would be somebody from the northeast part of India there with mala. I mean, that was the biggest compliment that I got. And thank you very much. और कुछ पूछना है सर? Yes, sir? And on security, on a lighter note, I'll leave you all with this with a note, you know, we first have to be secure in our home. Am I right? So I'll share a very complicating secret with you all. Thank God my wife, my father also not here, thank God. Many, many years ago when I was 23, I was married to a widow who was as pretty as could be. Now this widow had a grown-up daughter who had hair so red that my father fell in love with her and soon the two were wed. Now this made my dad my son-in-law and changed my very life, and my daughter now became my mother. Since she became my father's wife, now to complicate the matter, though it brought me joy, I soon became the father of a bouncing baby boy. Now this little baby of mine then came a brother-in-law to dad and so became an uncle. For it made me very sad. For if this little baby of mine was my uncle, then that made him the brother of the widow's grown-up daughter, who of course by now was my stepmother. My father's wife then had a son. My father's wife then had a son who kept them on the run, and he became my grandchild, for he was my stepdaughter's son. Now, wife is now my stepmother's mother. It makes me blue, although she's my wife, she is my grandmother too. Now, if my wife is my grandmother, then obviously I am her grandchild. And every time I think of this, by God, it really drives me wild. For now I've become the strangest case you ever saw. As husband of my own grandma, I am my own grandpa. It sounds funny and complicating, I know, but really so. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. I only hope, Doctor, none of them is watching this online. But thank you. Thank you. What a lovely session. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And that was Major Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah, a veteran. And now we move on to a last panel discussion before the awards ceremony, which is on cyber wars and corporate shields. Gear up for the unseen threats. And to share their views on the same, while the stage is getting ready for their bit, let's welcome Sakshar Duggal, advocate, Delhi High Court, a TEDx speaker as well. Anuj Agarwal, chairman, Center for Research on Cybercrime and Cyber Law. Joining them is Captain A.A. Kuroko, director, projects, CAPC. Joining them is Dr. Kiran Khattar, professor and associate dean, BML Munjal University. And this session will be chaired by Ravleen Kaur, partner, Cyber and IT Risk, Grant Thornton Bharat, LLP. Let's please welcome them with your applause, everybody. Last panel, and that shouldn't happen. Let's try again.
Here today. Definitely for sure. no matter what is the size of the company, every organization today is a target potential. And when I say organization, I'm not talking about a corporate or a government agency. It is any organization at large now. This is the new reality of the world, and I'm sure we have been talking about this throughout the day today, wherein technology literally has outpaced the systems which are meant to protect it. Of course, we have talked about AI with new technologies coming in. Now, of course, there is AI in the security defenses, but as well in the way cyber criminals are also utilizing AI, more advanced threats. Now the phishing emails don't come from, hackers who don't really know how to write an email with mistakes. They are super. So today we have a powerhouse panel as well with us today who's a mix of law, legal, so to say, academia, as well as policymakers. What we are trying to do here is explore the legal, operational, and human elements of cyber defense, and hopefully we'll walk away with practical takeaways that each of us can use in our professional lives. So let's get started. I'll start with you, Anuj sir. While you work in this space of, cyber crimes and laws, what are some of these new cyber crimes that you feel today, not just companies, but as the citizens of India, we should be careful about? There is digital arrest that is happening. It is not happening on just, innocent people who are unaware, even people who are well aware, who are in the financial industry. It's been in the news for the last 2-3 weeks. It's not a small amount. 25 crores is what has gone. So what do you feel, these new types of cyber crime attacks are like, and how do you feel we should gear up?
Thank you very much. I just share the recent examples and very interesting examples that 562 corporates get an email that get ready to pay the balance of the shares which you are supposed to do. And they are all up in arms calling this company who is a vendor and they are the customers. What's going on? They say, no, we have not sent the mail. We have received the mail, it's all proper mail. Okay, call up the cyber security person. Now he is doing his usual analysis. Mail is not there in the sent box. The mail is there in the delete box from the sender. But it is very much there in the inbox. And of course, some of the regulators have got that email also. Say NSDL or RBI. Nothing has been asked actually. So no link provided, no money transfer requested. If you ask any security expert, leave aside a cyber security expert, there has to be a motive for the, which is typically a financial gain or a social gain. None seems to be there. So what can be the motive, and why there can be a crime or a cyber threat without a motive? The entire reputation of that organization is not gone. Nothing has happened, no loss has occurred to anyone. But the entire reputation is gone that you are not even able to manage your emails. How are you going to manage the securities? How are you going to manage the shares? How are you going to manage the funds? So that is the kind of risk we are facing today from an enemy which is absolutely nowhere to be seen. The earlier speaker, the major, has spoken about an enemy which he could see, and he can do an analysis using his AI, and he could speak in their dialect and get rid of that situation. Of course, it was a very difficult situation, but he did fantastic job saying. But today you are facing an enemy which is not to be seen, which is not to be felt. You don't know what is the motive. In the Nagaland case, they at least had a motive, there is a conflict going on and everything. So it's very easy to analyze and then probably create a response. Today we are having an enemy, no motive, not being seen. You have all the security, because I know this company very well. So probably they are doing over security. They have actually two SOC, two security operations center softwares they are running. I say, boss, what are you doing? वैसे नहीं सर, एक ये बीएससी ने प्रोस्क्राइब किया है तो ये भी लगा लेते हैं, एक ये एक्सपर्ट ने प्रोस्क्राइब किया ये भी लगा लेते हैं. कोई ये नहीं कहना चाहिए कि भाई आपने किया नहीं. अभी क्या करें? There people aren't able to work because at least 5-6 security endpoints are working, but still. So I think this is where we are living in. These are the kind of enemies we are dealing with, and for thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Pretty insightful, and I'd like to add on to the case that you just mentioned, because we also get the opportunity to help our clients who face such cyber attacks. At least in this case, they could identify that, hey, is this a legitimate email? That is at least a question that they asked. I know companies, the family businesses being run now, which are pretty reputed, they work across the globe. There was this very similar case wherein the hacker knew the invoice details, the exact name of the finance head, like, hey, we've already done your payment, why am I still not here? And I was like, sorry, we never received those payments from you. So, absolutely. So, of course, definitely, the hackers, we don't see them. They are definitely unknown in terms of what is the motive behind doing that. Is it just money? Is it politically driven? Or are these just some new generation school pass outs who are trying to, play the tricks and get some money out? Well, moving on to that, and Sakshar, I'll ask you, with these kind of cyber attacks and crimes happening, we talked about just a few, but definitely as the panel proceeds, we'll talk a little more about it. How do you think, with TPDPA, of course, coming in, the rules are still awaited, but how do you feel that our laws are, actually, are we ready enough with the laws? We have an IT Act, which is, I would say, at a very high level in terms of putting the right punishments, nabbing the hackers or the attackers. We have DPDPA come out talking about the privacy law, but how do you feel, are we ready as a country to treat such attacks from a law perspective?
Exaggeration. Every minute there is a news coming up, some development on AI, because the AI is impacting every space on the planet. In such a case, laws, yes, if I have talked about or any other country whatsoever, there are a couple of countries who have come up with their own AI law. They, in fact, if you talk about European Union, China, Canada, or many countries who have come up with at least certain policies on AI, they are not remaining complacent, because they very well know the laws today will get redundant maybe the next year. So I think constant updation of laws is required. Number two, with respect to our country, we are expecting the new Digital India Act positively. It should have all the nuances to AI, but if I have to be very much frank, it's not about law. I think humanity is not ready for AI. We have taken up, or we have come up with this one thing. It's a global race at the moment. We can't stop it. AI is developing. Global companies are funding billions of dollars on it. So AI is here to stay. And if we will not prioritize our knowledge and our learnings with respect to AI, then I think we might suffer the brunt.
Absolutely, completely agree with you, Sakshar. Moving on to Captain Alaroy. Sir, with our Honorable Prime Minister's Digital India initiative, connected cities, smart cities, traffic lights being connected to the cars, how do you feel, and you being in the crisis management on-ground space, how do you feel that, how important is human intelligence and vigilance in terms of combating these attacks, whether it is an IoT-based attack or a drone attack or, like Sakshar mentioned, maybe an AI. So how well are we prepared, and what are some of the key defenses that we should look upon today for not just, the IT side of it, but the physical defense side of it?
Thanks, Bublin. You mentioned one element which is very important, which is the human element. In the forces, we are taught one thing. You can give, the best of the modern weapons to a person, but ultimately it is the man behind the gun or the machine which makes a difference. You get something out of it, whether it's AI. So you have to study the behavior of a particular pattern which is happening, and you also need to understand how it is happening. As human beings, probably we have that advantage that we also need to collaborate with different sections or different patterns. We have to form a pattern actually. Different sections, different departments within a particular organization, so that you know exactly, you have to be the first responder in all these things. So until and unless you respond to that, and as a first responder, you will definitely have the advantage of getting to know the system much better than a machine. So you have to keep all these things in mind also. And there are many use cases on all these things that I'm speaking of, which tell you exactly how you can attack and exactly how you can decipher an attack and how you can prevent an attack also.
No, absolutely. With Digital India advancing, we need definitely more awareness in terms of what cyber attacks are from a citizen perspective. The lawmakers should definitely have the right controls and rules put in place, and on our side, on the defense side, absolutely controls in terms of deciphering whether it's an AI based attack or the human element of identification is what it makes all the difference. And to you, Dr. Kiran, you work with students today. Thanks to COVID, whether it's marking an attendance or, even reading, learning, whether it's the curriculum or even if it's appearing for the exam, everything is digitized today. We are doing it over a portal, over an app. Also with ChatGPT coming in, there's a lot of information, a lot of data. You can't really restrict, especially in universities and hostels, there is this bring your own device for students that you'll have to allow, and you cannot actually block too many of these websites because definitely they all. What are those elements of training and awareness for this young generation, for these people who have a lot of information at their disposal but very little knowledge in terms of what is privacy, what is security, and what are the elements they need to be careful about with the Instagrams coming in, and think all of this, I would say, abundance of digital apps at their disposal.
Thank you, Ravleen. That's an interesting question, and I'm sure that all the parents are sitting out over here. It's not an educator, it's the concern for the students, and that's a concern for each and every parent as well. So to answer this question, I will start with only one word that's known as a digital hygiene. The way we teach our children that always wash their hands to stay healthy, I think time has come. We have to start now teaching our kids, children, students, to always let them know that how to keep their digital space clean. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi started a campaign, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. I think time has come now. We should have one mission, that digital Swachh Bharat mission, where everyone should work together and understand that how to keep this digital space clean. Because online environment is as important as our physical world is. Be it food ordering, buying something, even getting traffic updates, booking a cab, everything has come online. So it's really very important that awareness is the one key. Students of this age, they are very sharp than us. Even the parents might get surprised one day, they take our mobile and they explore such kind of features what we are not aware of. They are sharp, but we need to channelize their energy. We need to be a moral compass so that we can tell them that they should have one kind of a question in their mind. If I am opening an email, is it going to cause some kind of a negative effect on me? We all go to airport and we get fascinated by public airport mobile charging facilities. But we never think about that. If I am putting my mobile at public place, is it going to cause some kind of a malware? My device could be infected. So that digital awareness and ethical awareness has to be very important. That's the one thing. But we as an educator, that I talked about as a human being, educator, parent, but where the role comes as a part of educator, we, apart from this digital consciousness among students, among young generation, there has to be a technical preparedness also. We should get our students into cyber labs. We should get our students into the environment where we can simulate real world attacks, how it is happening in the software, so that they can understand that how attacks are happening and how to assess that vulnerability also. By getting them into a real world hackathon, and experiential learning is the way to get onto that one. So the second thing is technical preparedness. The third thing I would like to say that being digital mindfulness, being technical preparedness, but they need to know about new technology where it is coming up. The way you have said that AI has come up. With the help of AI, cyber security is not stealing information, it is stealing truth also. We get deep fake videos, we get doctored media, doctored audio. We really do not know whether it is truth or not. So students should be told about that. If I am watching a digital media or a digital audio or a video, if I watch it closely, there is a lip sync. Is there a natural eye movement? Is there a gesture? So such kind of a small thing, if we teach our kids or children, they would be aware about this as well. So that's really very important that whenever any engineer, let's talk about an engineer. Engineers are the one who are going to develop such kind of a cybersecurity solutions. They are going to take place in the corporate world. So they should be taught about that. Whenever they are developing a system, they should not think that that is the point, only this could be hacked, or maybe at the time of an end user. There is a data pipeline. The data travels from app to server, goes to database, goes to further storage space as well. So the students should be able to identify that, what could be the different points in data pipeline and what kind of a vulnerability could exist over there. So that has to be there. So what I say that being an educator, it's our responsibility to empower our students not to lead technical solutions, but also to act critically and responsibly, but they must have one essential ingredient in their life that lead within.
Mr. Anuj, you did mention about one of the use cases, right? You also mentioned that they put in 2 SOC in place. Now, how do you feel that as a policy maker and as a security controller in an organization, how can they work together to bring in the right practices? Of course, we have the standards, there is ISO, there is NIST, there is whatnot. Where is it that we are going wrong? And how is it that it's always, the attackers are always one step ahead of us? What is it that we can do today to, if not get ahead of them, at least match their pace? And while awareness is one very critical part of it, how resiliency can be built as a culture?
Very good question you asked. And honestly, I have no reply to that. The reason is whether we are honest enough, whether we want it. Because I go to many awareness programs, and there are people who are listening, and I am giving gyan, cyber hygiene, everything, do this, not to do this, and they will clap like anything. And third day I'll get, sir, good morning, how are you? And I'll ask, sir, क्या हुआ, वीडियो बन गई क्या? हाँ सर, वीडियो तो बन गई, अब क्या करें? तो मैं उनको ये बोलता हूँ कि अब तो कुछ कर नहीं सकते, अब तो वीडियो बन गई, अब तो आपने जो करना था वो कर दिया, ये तो आपको पहले सोचना था कि क्या करें. So the question is, whether it is corporate, whether it is government or any organization or in our personal life, do we really want to be safe? No. We actually want to be adventurous. We say, अरे हम तो हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ते हैं, हमारे साथ तो ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता. आर्मी में तो ये लोग बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हैं कि जो चीज आप सोचते हो नहीं हो सकती है वही होने वाली है. So we are on a digital highway. We are on a very fast speed. We want everything fast. Fine. But are we following any rules on the road? I had very recently been to multiple cities of the developed countries. I have seen people driving very fast, but hardly any accident because they are stopping. They are in the lane, and they are respecting pedestrians. So it is very much there. It is not that, and I have not seen any police wala on any road. हमारे यहाँ तो हर रेड लाइट पर 2 पुलिस वाले हैं, मोबाइल देख रहे हैं, राइट? ऐसा होता है नहीं होता? सर बताइए. ज्यादा से ज्यादा अगर उनको लगता है कि कोई वीआईपी आ रहा है, हटो 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 हटो, दैट विल कॉज मोर एक्सीडेंट्स एक्चुअली. दैट विल नॉट लीड. नंबर नोट कर लिया, चलो भाई घर पे चालान आ गया, बोले अरे यार मैं तो वहां रुका था, बोले तभी तो तुम्हारा चालान कट गया, अगर निकल गए होते तो कैसे नंबर नोट करता, यू नो. So it is basically self-discipline, interest, whether we want to be secure physically. नहीं, गाड़ी लड़ानी है, बोले हमसे आगे निकल गया, इसको पीछे करना है, जल्दी घर पहुंचना है और घर पहुंच के बीवी से झगड़ा करना है, और कुछ नहीं काम है, टीवी देखना है. Everybody is in a hurry with no objective in mind. आप देख लीजिए, मेरी तरफ देख लीजिए, अपनी तरफ देख लीजिए, मैं किसी इंडिविजुअल की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं. So I think, madam, what we need to do is we need to understand where we want to be. We have all the means. I was recently in an anti-fraud conference in London, and they were amazed to know that India has 122 telecom connections, 95 crore mobile, internet connections. And how are you still running and you have an UPI which charges nothing for transfers with no time? They say it's not possible. The whole Europe is less than that, even less than half of that. And they are having so many problems. उनको पसीना आ रहा है, हमारा तो चल रहा है. So I think it is intent. If we want to be, we can be. On the artificial intelligence, I have just one thing. Have you understood what AI is all about? Have you understood intelligence? मैं सिर्फ आप लोगों से एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं. Intelligence क्या है अगर कोई मुझे बता दे? What is intelligence? I know all of you are intelligent people. But still, if somebody can explain, बताइए please. What is intelligence? अगर हमें इंटेलिजेंस पता चल जाएगी तो फिर हम आर्टिफिशियल भी बना सकते हैं उसका. वो तो हम माहिर हैं ही हैं नकली चीजें बनाने में. But what is intelligence? Anybody? Any idea? Okay. Anything else? Anything? Wild?
Ability to learn from experience.
Oh, great, great. All animals have it. Sir, anything else? Anything else? Anything else?
Ability to understand, learn, think and decipher.
And my definition is the ability to commit a mistake is intelligence. That is where the computers have so far not reached and not likely to reach. So AI is not a threat at all. It is just an improved version of what we have seen Google or even a fridge or a washing machine has a basic intelligence. आप बटन दबा दीजिए 30 सेकंड या 30 मिनट तक वो चलती रहेगी. We are saying it's very intelligent. भाई चल रही है बिना किसी के कहे बिना कुछ करे चल रही है. So we are no. So I think AI की चिंता नहीं है. हमें अपनी चिंता है क्योंकि हम बहुत इंटेलिजेंट हैं. हम इसको करना नहीं चाहते. Thank you.
Beautiful thought put in by you, sir. And you, Dr. Kiran, did speak about, creating technical awareness, taking students to lab. Sir is telling that there is no intent. And I somewhat agree, I wouldn't say completely, but we know that our photo, we all know about ChatGPT and all of these AI chat solutions. All of it, they still choose to upload their picture on a ChatGPT so that it can give it an animated picture out of it. We all know that, yeah, there is a privacy law as well in place. So probably, yes, they are doing their jobs on the other side, but as students, as humans, are we okay still to have our photos shared over the internet on a Facebook or a Instagram as well over a chat GPT which is doing nothing but collecting this information? Let's talk about Truecaller. Favorite application. I'm sure 99% of people sitting here today will have it and they use it. I don't have it either. That's why I said 99%, but no, it's definitely a favorite app. And what is it doing? What is it doing? It is just collecting your information. Even the name of the name of that contact is based on how you would have saved it. So if you have saved my name as a Ravleen, EY was my previous organization, I still see sometimes when the phone is ringing on another's phone from me, it says Ravleen EY. It's just a collection of data, yes, Dr. Kiran, and we all know as individuals, as super intelligent people, we are still
ourselves to be somewhere in digital world. Google Map everybody uses, Uber everybody uses. Whatever is the way, we cannot prevent ourselves into the digital world. We can say that I do not use this app, but we do not know every time we are being watched, even through WhatsApp we communicate, even through our emails, everything. Surviving the cyber threat is the one way to do that, but we need to lead students to develop cybersecurity solutions also. So when it comes to a curriculum, I think academia we always know that there is a lot of gap between academia and industry. Industry works on latest trends and new technologies, and sometimes we say that curriculum is very old in academia. And all this privatization has come to education. All academic institutions keep on updating this curriculum, but how fast they keep on updating this curriculum, revising all the changes, but technological landscape is changing so fast, and technical shelf life, every technology shelf life has shrunken down. So it means that academia cannot bridge the gap, but they can minimize the gap with this thing. They can bring on new way to deal with this. The students should be aware about that, how AI can be used. We say that with the help of AI, everybody uses that AI. If I say, let's have hands who use ChatGPT to write their emails, I am pretty sure that everybody uses kind of that way. The way we go to temple and ring the bell every day nowadays, open their ChatGPT on their laptop. So that's only the one thing. So getting cybersecurity, new challenges, new kind of a competition, new era of technology landscape, like what? DevOps. If there are engineers, we know that we develop software and we deploy it. DevOps is another thing. But now AI DevOps has come up. Cybersecurity new courses have come up. Quantum computing is another technology which has come up. So educational institutes shall keep on changing their curriculum rapidly, and they should tell about the students that how to fight with these challenges. And rather, I must say that why are we talking about only higher education? This digital hygiene or a cybersecurity related courses, we always talk about that for school kids, be very good at communication. So communication skills should be very good. We as a parent, we teach our kids that mathematics is also very important. I think the time has come that cybersecurity should be a fundamental subject even at a school level as well. Our previous keynote speaker said that हर कोई अपनी सुरक्षा करे तो एक देश की सुरक्षा होगी. So I would like to think this way only, even in the digital world, if everyone tries to take even a small action where we can protect ourselves, industry, all the corporate people request that you should also come forward. I think the time has come where academic people and industry people should shake their hands and understand that these young generation is going to be the future digital citizen who will carry this flag, and their job is to make our country digital aware or maybe a cyber secure also. That's there. Another thing I say that UGC, AICT, I do not know, corporate people know about it or not, but all educational institutions have a regulatory bodies. UGC, AICT, we talk about cybersecurity policy, you mentioned about it. Similarly, all these regulatory bodies must have one cybersecurity policy in place where all institutions, academia institutions shall come together, develop a cybersecurity policy and understand that what should be the basic skills that should be available with the students, not to the engineer. It could be a banker. It could be a student who is studying even maybe an interior decoration or maybe school management or maybe a law. They should be aware about that, how digitization is happening. Now, be it any field, lawyer, banking, everything, digitization has come up. So it means that it's not the responsibility of engineers or it's not the responsibility of higher educational institute. I think it's a collective responsibility of industry, academic institutions, government and regulatory bodies, and even schools as well. I think we should come together and collaborate with each other and think about that, what could be the new ways to teach our kids? How can we induce new way of learning, new way of fighting? I must say that we say there is no threat with AI, but still I feel that there is a threat with AI. Why? I, being a teacher, I'm giving an assignment to the students, and next day I have to evaluate my student. And I'm so surprised, everybody is coming up with wow solutions, everybody has done wonderful assignment. How are they doing it? They are not doing it, that ChatGPT is doing it. So is it really killing our creative thinking ability? Earlier, we used to go to library, at least browse 10 or 12 books and understand that, how to develop solution. But now these kids, they are not thinking about anything. They're giving a prompt to ChatGPT. They're getting
It's
those.
actually a threat to the lazy teachers. They are being caught. So,
It's a smart teacher. That's the reason they were caught, and I am quoting the examples over here.
No, I'm just being cognizant of the time. It's
Yeah,
already
that's
up.
right.
I'll move on to Captain Alroy. She did mention about students, what all we can do at a curriculum and a policy level. From a crisis management perspective, very briefly, if you could answer, what is the preparedness or training? What are the top 2-3 roles of these two things that we should inculcate to ensure that the crisis of tomorrow, which could be a ransomware or a digital arrest or a cyber attack, could be mitigated?
Training forms a very important, training as well as experience forms a very important part in these things. When you have to simulate actually, and when you simulate, what do? You first of all, you simulate some sort of an attack. So how is the attack going to, what is going to be the most possible ways something is going to happen? Then you do a risk mitigation of the entire thing. As rest part, what you cannot mitigate, then you have to drop a plan so that you are able to counter that sort of a risk. You need to have a quick response team. You need to simulate attacks, right? And lastly, training on all these, and there is a skill also as to how exactly you need to do it. So your IT team, the admin team, security team, they all need to collaborate and work together. And lastly, of course, like what she said, that digital footprint is there everywhere, right? So you cannot, we say, whatever we say, the very fact that you're using a smartphone is that you have a digital footprint. So whether you use Truecaller or whether you don't use Truecaller, you use Insta. We are in the habit of putting our photographs immediately wherever we go, we put it on Insta. I don't know whether you saw that presentation in the morning by Brigadier Neil, where the type of deep fakes and the type of things that are being done. You had the Prime Minister dancing to somebody else's tune on an air. And he was himself surprised. I mean, the Prime Minister himself said that I am surprised to find my video where I am dancing. He said, I didn't know I dance so well. So that was his answer. So we have to be very careful as what to do. I mean, the academia did speak of a lot of things which can be done. And what Mr. Dugal also had said, that it's not about, it's every second or every probably 15-20 seconds, you are getting something new. And we don't know what exactly is coming up. So like you rightly said, the crooks are already 1 or 2 steps ahead of us. And they're thinking much ahead of us. Before you form a plan to mitigate the risk, that they have created another risk for you. So training is important, experiential learning is important, and use cases also. So these 3 form a basis for you, so that next time whenever you have something in mind, at least to mitigate that sort of a risk.
Thank you. And Sasha, to you, while you did mention that there is a new digital law which is coming up, do you feel there is a scarcity of, if I can put this across, that in terms of the judges that we have, the jury that we have, and the advocates do we have, versus the kind of attacks these corporations and organizations are facing today, do you think are we ready in terms of understanding what is happening and then implicating or rather matching it with whatever the law says, and then fight it or even track it against the hackers. So there's a lot of element, and I know very little about this, but there's a lot of element which can be only accepted as an evidence digitally, right? So what if as a hacker, I play with that data and I ensure that none of that is acceptable in the court of law? So if you can put a little thought on that, and I'm sorry, I know it's just, that's the last question that I wanted to put across. I really feel it's an interesting one. If you can answer this briefly, it'll be really good. Thank you.
Well, no doubt, when we talk about e-evidence, it's a gray zone altogether. And thanks to AI coming up, when we see deepfake cases at the ground level, which have started to come, deepfake cases, voice cloning cases, the biggest question is, how will you prove whether this evidence is authenticated or not, number one. Number two, whether, okay, even if you're able to prove the evidence, then who's the culprit? Catching the culprit is another issue. But going beyond that, I think adding to all the speakers, when I personally believe it's a huge irony. We have conclaves, we have sessions, we have training programs, we have our call tunes on beware of cybercrimes, but still we fall for it. And I personally believe that it's because of knowing about cybercrime and cyber hygiene is important. Everyone will say yes, but unfortunately at a personal level, no one will bother. Why? Because everyone thinks that India has crores and crores of people, so why us? We are not a celebrity, we are just a common man. We won't, there are many people out there before us. But that's the catch, ladies and gentlemen. I personally believe that if it doesn't matter what kind of initiative any government, any corporate, any conclaves are making up, if as individuals we are not prioritizing to this fact that yes, we are the ones who are at the place of a potential victim, and today or tomorrow, if we have this in our hands and if we are using the internet, then I'm sorry to say we are part of the game, and prioritizing digital hygiene and knowing about these laws, at least the basics, is the need of the hour. So thank you so much.
Okay, very well said. Thank you. And what a fantastic.
कह रहे थे अनुज जी कि हनुमान चालीसा तो पढ़ ही रहे, मेरे साथ नहीं हो सकता है.
Absolutely. No, it's a fantastic discussion, everyone, yet it's a very clear message by all of us together that cybersecurity is everyone's business. Thinking it might not happen to me or to us or to my organization is a myth.
I have started avoiding going into these awareness sessions because invariably after 2 days I'll start getting calls कि सर मेरे साथ हो गया, और मैं उस सेशन में था, मैंने आपकी बात को सुना भी था, बट फिर भी मेरा वीडियो बन गया क्योंकि मैं बाथरूम में फोन लेकर गया ही गया. And I feel very bad that I am such a bad communicator that I could not tell this person, please do not carry this mobile in your bathroom. नहाने गए हो यार, वहां पे क्या करने गए हो? तुम इमरजेंसी में हो, 112 चला रहे हो, तुम इमरजेंसी डॉक्टर हो? नहीं तो क्यों लेगा? तुम जज हो, जजेस को पढ़ाया, हाँ सर समझ गए. क्या करें सर? अब मैंने कहा अब कुछ मत करो, अब फोन बंद कर दो 1 हफ्ते के लिए कम से कम. नहीं सर, आई एम ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सन, फोन बंद नहीं कर सकता. तो मैंने कहा फिर पैसे दे दो.
Okay, I'll end it with just one little thought that stay alert, stay informed, keep your corporate shields or rather personal shields on at all times, and let's look forward to making a digital secure India. Thank you very much to all the speakers and for the lovely audience here.
Thank you so much. And thank you ma'am for moderating that. A picture please, in the front. Aye. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with those compelling discussions, we now move towards the celebrations of the evening. My name is Aditya Malik. Once again, a pleasure to welcome all of you to the second edition of BW Security World Excellence Awards 2025. Today, we will all recognize and celebrate the exceptional achievements of rising organizations and security professionals like yourselves. These prestigious awards, they'll recognize top organizations in India's private security industry who made significant contributions to the security sector, including the officials from IT domains, physical security, cyber security, surveillance, and more. A big thank you to our partners for today, our strategic partner, ASIS Delhi chapter, a knowledge partner, CAPSI, ICI SSM, organized by BW Businessworld, event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandroom, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. From the time you nominate yourselves to the time I'm handed over the winners list, which I was given probably 30 seconds back, the entire jury process, उस दौरान क्या क्या होता है, how do you make it for the ones who don't really make it, because as Dr. Batra says, it's just not your day that day. It is not कि आप अच्छे नहीं हैं, क्योंकि आप बेहतरीन हैं, इसीलिए you are nominating yourself. But a list is a list, a number is a number. What exactly happened in that jury process from the time you nominated till me receiving the list 30 seconds back? We'd like to show an AV for that. You got the entire process recorded. Can you please play the jury AV?
Chairman of this Businessworld Jury 2025 and Chairman of the European Business Group, also formerly known as the EBG Federation. A group that's been an industry body of mainly European companies, Indo-European companies, and now companies also from Britain and some from the United States of America. We are, by this November, going to be 26 years old as an association. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we need to celebrate excellence, innovation and dedication in the Indian security services sector. What do I say? To our winners, I say your hard work and vision have set some very good benchmarks for others to follow. In the same breath, I say to all the nominees, you should know that your efforts, ideas and commitment to purpose are just as vital and have been so. The journey towards excellence is built on a process of continuous learning and perseverance. You have all quite ably demonstrated that during our jury evaluation process. You are all a testament to the passion that drives this business sector forward. I am very pleased to state that all jury members equally contributed to the selection process, which was absolutely seamless. The questions raised by the jury members were all most relevant and most insightful. The quality of the nominees and the presentations was of a high order, and I may say so better than in the previous year, where I also had the privilege of being the jury chair. It was, ladies and gentlemen, indeed an honor for me to chair this eminent jury to evaluate the rising stars and organizations in this world of security services in India. Thank you all very much, and Jai Hind.
Businessworld Security. Its annual seminar and award ceremony is the annual event which has got a very high level of expectation, and it has got tremendous followership. Every year, the event surpasses the past event. The qualitative and quantitative improvement of participation in this event is easily of world standard. The citations which are received for the shortlisting the security professionals for this coveted award is of world's highest standard. Going through the submission, going through the credentials of candidates makes everyone so impressed, and make also to realize that India is full of world level talents. Like Modi ji has very famously said that India is full of talent. भारत में बड़े ही तेजस्वी और बड़े ही यशस्वी सिक्योरिटी प्रोफेशनल हैं, और when we talk about this event which will happen in Delhi on 9th October, I am very happy and delighted that right from the inception, right from the first event of Businessworld Security, I have been associated with this event as a jury member, and this year also as jury member, I look forward to meeting the proud winners. And I am sure that during the seminar, so much of knowledge and wisdom will be shared that everyone who is present there is going to be benefited. Wishing all the best and all the success. Thank you very much.
Hello, I am Captain Sanjay Sharma, Global Security Director Limited. And it's been a privilege to be part of the VW Security World Conclave and Excellence Awards as a member of the jury to select the winners for the awards. I must say that the process adopted by VW World and the jury has been absolutely transparent, and the quality of nomination that we received full of innovation, strategic thinking, and operational excellence, making it really very difficult for the jury to select winners. And that's the good news, that the industry is seeing transformation, that the naturally good leaders being created in the industry with the breadth of knowledge that they have. But I must say that what stood out truly as part of the process and the nominations that we reviewed was truly based on impact, scalability, leadership, and also the originality of content. So I'm happy to say that the jury did a very professional job in selecting the winners, and I congratulate all the members of the jury and the platform of BW who have provided this opportunity to undertake a very transparent and a professional process to select the winners. My congratulations to all the winners, and let us celebrate success together. Wish you all the best for the future.
It has been a privilege and honor to be part of the BW Security Awards jury. I was really impressed by the quality, expertise, and passion of each of the awardees. And it says much about the expertise and quality and the contribution the Indian security industry makes to India. It was a great pleasure to have been part of the esteemed jury of the second edition of Businessworld Security World Excellence Awards 2025. It was great going through the nomination forms of talented professionals who need to be rewarded for their excellence in their jobs. It was great working with Shilpa Chandel during these nominations and the selection of the best professionals for these awards.
It's been a privilege to witness such an incredible talent and passion during their presentation. My congratulations to all the winners. You truly earned them. I would also like to applaud to those who made it this far, because every great idea, effort and story we heard adds value and pushes the bar higher for all of us. Kudos to the organizers for wonderfully managed event and to all the participants for making it so inspiring. Good luck and blessings always.
It's been such an honor to be part of the jury for this year's BW Security World Excellence Award. Going through the nominations was truly inspiring. Each story spoke about the passion, hard work, and genuine drive to create impact. So what stood out was not just the results, but the heart behind every effort. As a jury, it was a reminder for us to see that there's so much talent, resilience, and purpose exists all around us. We may not have the winners as yet, but every nomination and inspiring everybody. So congratulations to all the participants, and thank you BW, Dr. Batra and Shilpa for giving me the opportunity to be part of this beautiful and meaningful journey. Thank you and
To formally welcome all of you to open the award ceremony, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. Please. There he is. Very good. How are you, sir? Sorry.
Today you're not wearing it. Thank you so much. Give Aditya a big round of applause. He's been hosting the event since the morning. Normally he's wearing a green color, so I thought I'll twine with him, but he's wearing a different color today. It's my honor and privilege to be here on the third edition of the BW Security World 40 Under 40 Awards. Some of you have been almost all of you have been a big support system for creating these. These happened because Dr. Harshvardhan gave this idea to me many years back, so thank you. Now I know you are a partner in EAES Davos. You're also an advisor to us at BW Businessworld and of course Security World. My special gratitude to Mr. Raman Sidhu, who's FCA and who's now the chairman of the European Business Group. He serves on many boards and has chaired our jury. So the winners have been selected through a jury. Some of the jury members are here. Our co-chair of the jury, Kuwar Vikram Singh ji, who's the chairman of CAPSI, doesn't really need any introduction. Professor Captain S.P. Tyagi ji, who's the chief counselor at ICSSM. Mr. Kalyan Bose, who's the president of the British Business Group. Captain Gurpawan Singh ji, who's the president of Iris Consulting. Captain Sanjay Sharma, who's global security head at Wipro. Mr. Rajiv Nandwani, who's the global infosec director at BCG. Major Gaurav P.S. Uppal, retired. He's the chief security officer at PNB. Major General Sanjay Sohi ji, who's
now the ED Center for Defense Analysis and Homeland Security Research. He's also involved with the Monoscon Foundation and Special Director at Binary Global, and my friend Ved Shukla, who's an advisor to us at BW Businessworld. I don't want to stand between you and the awards. My gratitude to all the jury members. We do awards honestly, and that's, I don't know who's won, why they won. Mr. Sidhu is there and Mr. Kuwar Vikram Singh ji is here. Between them, they've decided, and the other jury members, who to select for the awards, who not to select for the awards. But I'll only say, awards are a process of elimination. Sometimes it's about who you eliminate, and we take awards seriously. We take our jury very seriously. Saying every year, but the beauty is that we are progressing every year. We are doing this with consistency, and consistency over a period of time compounds. So I'm sure we will build the best initiative, the biggest initiative, and others will copy it. About coexistence. So more IPs are welcome, more events are welcome, more platforms are welcome. Everyone should do well, because that's how the ecosystem develops, and that's also a sign that the security industry is getting to the next level. That many players in publishing will only survive. That means the industry is growing at leaps and bounds. The area of cyber security has become a huge area. We will launch a 3-day conference on that. Look at the issues in cyber security. Today you cannot talk of security in the way we used to talk about security 10 years back. I remember Harshvardhan is joking with me. I used to introduce him to my friend. He said, I'm the chief chowkidar of Group 4. Right? And that's how he used to introduce himself. Not my words. So I think security has become a very important part. It's a big employment generator. I remember the efforts of CAPSI and Kuwar Vikram Singh ji. Mr. Mahesh Sharma is also here, sir. मैं स्पीच देख रहा हूँ, मैं नॉर्मली प्रिपेयर नहीं करता हूँ, तो आज प्रिपेयर कर लिया, इसलिए एक आधा नाम भूल जाता हूँ, राइट. So I don't want to stand between you and the award winners. Congratulations to you. I was at an entrepreneurship conference in the morning at IIM Lucknow, and I said, I asked how many of you think you're successful. Lots of people raised their hand, asked them, what do you think has led to your success? So they said, hard work, consistency, resilience. And I said, all that is, of course, an ingredient, but the most important is your parents' blessings, your blessings of your grandparents, because it's their sukarma, if I may use the word. I have to think of an English equivalent. It's their good will, it's their, good karma that they did is yielding results. Because hard work, a lot of people do. A lot of people are consistent. A lot of people are resilient. But they don't all make an impact. So I think I keep saying that I read this book called The Fluke by Brian Closs. He's a social engineer, and he talks about how life is a fluke. It's a series of coincidences. How I met Harshvardhan ji in 1996 at my friend Raji Mathur's home. Unfortunately, Raji ji died this year. If he had been alive on 1st January, he would have been 70. So I met Harshji at Rajiji's home in 97. He introduced me to Dakshji, I think in 98 or 99, I can't be sure. And then I got in. And sir, Mr. Bose, I used to be part of the European Business Group in BBG because I used to work for a brief file for Rebus Group. Harjinder Kang, not the one now in British High Commission, but there used to be a British software company called Rebus, right? And I had the good fortune of meeting Mr. David Hudson, who in some way has had a big impact on this domain, whether you want to acknowledge, not acknowledge. But in my view, he's certainly contributed to building this. So I met him, and one day he called me some 20 odd years back and said, I'm on the cover of Businessworld. And I remember I went to the stand and I picked up, I keep saying this story, Mr. Harshvardhan, Kuwar Vikram Singh ji, and Rupal Sinha, right? 3 of you in the covers, because we don't want to put just men. So plus he was, I think, heading a company always, it's a good thing to have equal representation. I picked up maybe 100 copies of Businessworld, and never knowing that I'd acquire it many years later. So life is about, and how it happened is another story, I won't bore you, but life is about miracles. It's about serendipity. It's about luck. It's about chance. If you're a Hindu, about prarabdha, preordainment, right? It's not about how hard you. Of course, that's a given. You have to be consistent. You have to work hard. You have to be resilient. That's a given. That's not, So the only thing I'd say to the winners, you're doing great work, but be grateful to your parents, to your ancestors, to your colleagues, to your bosses, to the environment. You're lucky you're in India. India is growing. The companies that you work for, your co-workers, and give yourselves a little less credit for your success. If you give others credit for your success will be sweeter. I can see Mr. Sidhu, and my father says in Punjabi, vand khaya te khand khaya. That the spoils of sharing are sweet, broadly translated. So whenever you share your success with others, you give credit. Honestly, I have not done anything. Shilpa was introduced again to me by Harshji one day. He called me and said, you should meet Shilpa. And then, Ved and a lot of my colleagues who work, I'm here because I wanted to be, but even if I didn't come, things would go on, right? Life goes on. My mother is in heaven now, but life goes on. I'm working. My father is eating his 3 meals. My children are doing what they are doing. So life goes on. We put too much like me. But I think success is a lot about what God does for you, what your parents have contributed, environment, your colleagues. So just be humble and stay hopeful that you will be able to create more leaders who will continue to make impact. Thank you and gratitude to our jury. Please give our jury a big round of applause. Our awards are about the jury process and the quality of our jury.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Any pictures that you share online, any memories that you make, any opinions that you have, anything that goes online from this event, from any of your handles, please also use the hashtag BW Security Awards. These awards are also being streamed live on all social media channels of BW Businessworld, along with www.bwsecurityworld.com as well. For all the winners, once you receive your trophy and you step down, please proceed to stage left, that is audience right, for an individual picture, and also stay by for a group picture, both for editorial purposes. Chaliye, time to reveal the winners of the second edition of BW Security World Excellence Awards 2025. To present the first set of awards, please join me in welcoming to the stage once again Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Businessworld and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, along with Dr. Harshvardhan, Advisor to BW Security World and also partner at EAES Davos. Joining STEM is our co-jury chair, Raman Sidhuji, FCA Chairman, European Business Group, EBG Federation, and also the co-founder and past president of Public Affairs Forum of India. Please, gentlemen. Chaliye ji, first we have the individual category and the subcategory in that is Rising Star in the Security Industry, and the award goes to Anima Agarwal, Assistant Manager, Security and Risk Consultant, Netrika Consulting. Hand mic. कौन सा hand mic? A little louder, please. Hello. Congratulations. Next, it's the individual category again. The subcategory is Outstanding Security Professional of the Year Male, and the winner is Namaskar, Yashwant Gokhale, Executive Vice President and Business Head, Security Solutions Division, Godrej Enterprises Group. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Winners, individual picture. For sure, sir. Chaliye, next, it's Outstanding Security Professional of the Year, female. And the winner for this year is... For Shweta, everybody.
You know, clapping, I keep saying, is good for heart muscles, your heart muscles. You can clap for Shweta, and when you will be here, you will need it, so do it for your karmic goodwill.
Thank you. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you so much, Raman, sir. Thank you for helping us. Thank you.
Say that we would have more awards. So please give Mr. Sidhu a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Sidhu. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I please request our co-jury chair, Kuwar Vikram Singh ji, Chairman Capacity, to please join us on the stage and help us present the awards and next set of winners. Please. From individual, we now move on to the organizational category. The first subcategory is Promising Security Startup of the Year. And the winner is... ISEC Solutions. Congratulations. Don't forget individual picture, group picture in the end. With that, the next subcategory is Security Consulting Company of the Year. Netrika Consulting. What about everybody? Security Consulting Company of the Year. Thank you, congratulations. With that, the next, it's a Security Compliance and Regulatory Excellence Award. And this one goes to Gaswing Technologies. Thank you, Vikram sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody, please, for our co-jury chair. And I request Professor Captain S. P. Tyagiji, Chief Counselor, ICI SSM, along with Kalyan Bose, Chief President, British Business Group, to please join us on the stage and help us present the awards to the next set of winners. Please. Aye. With the next category, it's outstanding contribution to security workforce welfare, and the winner is Naira Energy. Oh, where did the balloons go, everybody? Congratulations. Next category is Risk Management Firm of the Year. And this one goes to Macquarie to Netrika Consulting. For them, please. Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Next, it's most innovative security product of the year. And the winner, S.R. Roy. जोरदार तालियां. It's the most innovative security product. Congratulations. Reminder, winners, individual picture, group picture in the end. We have crossed the halfway mark. Next, excellence in healthcare, security and safety. And the winner is Why do we forget the applause? Thank you, Tyagiji, and thank you, Bosa. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. Let me request Captain Sanjay Sharma, Global Security Head, Wipro, to please join us on the stage and help us present the awards to next set of winners. With that, our next subcategory, it's Excellence in Emergency Response and Incident Management, QRT Services. And the winner, please. Naira Energy. Yeah, thank you to the three of you who've been clapping. And now thank you. Chaliye. Next, Electronic Security Solutions Provider of the Year. And the winner is... Innovative You. Everybody, for Innovative You. Moving ahead, Best Surveillance Brand of the Year. CP Plus. Talia, we'll not leave you. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for the awards. Thank you. Moving ahead, I please request Rajiv Nandwani ji, Global InfoSec Director, BCG, along with Major Gaurav PS Uppal, retired Chief Security Officer, Punjab National Bank, to please join us on the stage, sir. We're down to our last four. Next is Best Practices and Emergency Preparedness and Response. And the winner. Yanigals Hospital, Mumbai. Congratulations. Next, Cyber Security Company of the Year. And the company is... Info Labs. Congratulations. We are now moving to a hallmark category. First, the organization. It's Outstanding Security Company of the Year, Overall Excellence. And we have a tie in this. The winners, please. Security Solutions Division, Godrej Enterprises Group. This is a Hallmark Award. I think they deserve a little more appreciation from all of you. Gentlemen, Hallmark winners or something you should say.
No, it's. Thank you, BW Security. I think it's wonderful to be here and such a pleasure. I know it was a great process. I mean, I must really acknowledge the efforts of the jury as well. I think it was a great process. I was definitely grilled by the jury last week. And I must say that yes, it was, it's, I feel going through this kind of rigor, it really is great to be standing here after that. So thank you once again. And of course, the other thing I want to mention here that one of the things which we believe in, which probably, makes us stand here is that we believe in offering peace of mind to our customers, both at home as well as in corporates. So probably it's because of that we are here. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
For a moment, I thought you were a product that can tame your wife. You said peace of mind at home, but then I figured out it's a security award.
Chaliye, thank you, Rajiv ji, and thank you, Major Saab. Thank you so much. Thank you. And within the last set of awards, please join me in welcoming to the stage Major General Sanjay Soy, retired, ED Center for Defense Analysis and Homeland Security Research, Pavatsukon Foundation, and Special Director, Binary Global, along with the Ved Shukla ji, advisor to BW Retail World. There he is, Ved sir. He's coming, sir. There he is. As I said, there was a tie in Outstanding Security Company of the Year Overall Excellence. We've had the first one, and now the tie winners, please. RS Security. Talia. Sir.
Thank you, BW. Thank you, BW Security. Thank you, jury members, for selecting RS Security for this prestigious award. It establishes us as what we are working for. We are looking forward to become a leverage security solution integrator in the industry. It's always good to be in the fraternity. Thank you, everybody. And especially I would like to dedicate this award to my heart
The tie. We now move over to individual hallmark award, which again is a tie. So this is the CSO of the year. And the winner, please. Colonel Ravi Madhok, Senior Director, Asset Protection and Security, Flipkart India. CSO of the year, everybody.
Thank you, BW World, for this recognition. I was really particularly impressed about the process and the way in which the nominations were taken in and the way in which they were validated. I was just going over this particular date 27 years back. On 9th October 98, I had kind of knelt down on one knee in front of the President of India and received the colors for my battalion. 27 years, I guess life seems to have come full circle. This seems like a good validation of all the efforts that me and my team have collectively put in. I don't take it as an individual award. It's a validation of what we've done as a team. And I take back this for Flipkart as well as my team. Thank you very much to everyone.
Congratulations, and as I said, this was a tie. The CSO of the year. Captain Rajesh Pillai, retired, Country Security Operations Manager, Microsoft Corporation. The CSO of the year, everybody. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Please.
Thanks to BW Security, the jury who found my contributions to the security community valuable. I cherish this moment because probably this is the first award which I am taking.
Congratulations. With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. I would request all the jury members who are present here with us, all the winners with their trophies, to please join us on the stage. We'll do two group pictures, one with our jury members and the winners, and the second only of the winners. Please, Aiye. Can the Businessworld team please make sure no winners outside? We don't have anybody missing the picture.
And while they come, this has been put together by Shilpa, Prabhat, and the Businessworld team, the events team, the audience team, the marketing team. So please give them a big round of applause. They work, the Shweta is there, many others.
All the winners, please, with your trophies.
About that.